Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Hey, it's Dusty.
And Bob.
On Thursday, August 7th, we are hosting Travis Kelce Appreciation Day right here on Fescoe and Dusty.
We're going to celebrate number 87 all morning long as we get ready to watch him enter his 13th season in KC.
We will look back on some of the best plays of his career.
And listen to some of them, too.
Pump faking right side. He wants it. A comeback cut. It is caught by Kelce.
It's Travis Kelce Appreciation Day. All things 87. Thursday, August 7th on Fescoe and Dusty.
On your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
This summer, Cody and Gold will be live in St. Joe on the Chiefs practice field as the defending AFC champions set their sights on another Super Bowl run. Real-time updates as practice is going on. Live press conferences with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. Plus, exclusive one-on-one player interviews. This summer, tune in weekdays starting at 10 to Cody and Gold, live from Chiefs training camp on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5. This is the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Royals baseball. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
let it play for a little bit, right? You're rocking out already this morning to a little Ozzy Osbourne.
Let's get
the
it going.
late Ozzy Osbourne as he passed away yesterday. What a great song, man. What a great song. One of the greats of all time. The thing about Ozzy Osbourne passing away, and I asked you this morning, would you cry if I died on the way to work? And you said yes, which
emphatically.
I thought was, yes, good, which I appreciate. That you'd be the only one, I'm sure. But Ozzy Osbourne passing away yesterday is one of those gentlemen that even if you don't know who Ozzy Osbourne is, you know who Ozzy Osbourne is. If you've ever been outside of your home to an event anywhere in the world, you know who Ozzy Osbourne is. He transcends every generation. And I'm sure if my kids woke up this morning, they're like, hey, old man, we don't know who Ozzy Osbourne is, right? Or anything like that. I go, you know this song.
Listen to
and
this.
you fire that up. You're like, oh, yeah, they play that at Arrowhead, or they play that at Kaufman, or they play that at T-Mobile, or they play that in Lawrence or Columbia or Manhattan, right? Like, that song is literally played at every single stadium. It's a great stadium anthem. And Ozzy came up with this one, so you know Ozzy Osbourne. Whether or not you followed him, whether or not you were a big fan of his music or not, you know who the hell Ozzy Osbourne is, and one of those artists that I think kind of just transcends all generations, Mack, right?
Oh, absolutely, man. And he worked with so many people later in his life, too. I mean, he's the man. He gave so many cool tributes to younger bands and younger artists doing different kind of stuff, too, in his late life and saying, hey, man, that's awesome, paying homage to me. That's super cool. He always gave respect to guys trying to do covers of his legendary music. And then, of course, there's all the stories of him snorting ants on the side of a pool or whatever it may
doing
be.
whatever weird stuff he did, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a legend, dude.
Who was
rest in
more of a
peace.
legend, him or his brother Tom at Nebraska?
I'm going to go with Ozzy.
Ozzy, you're going to go with Ozzy on that one. So, yeah, one of the greats of all time, one of the great stadium songs of all time. And it was interesting because the day before, Malcolm Jamal Warner passed away. And I don't think you have any idea who that is. Did you have any idea?
Not until I saw it on the doc.
Till you saw that he had passed away. And I told you Malcolm Jamal Warner passed away. And you're like, all right, whatever. It probably doesn't resonate with generation. I'm not trying to compare deaths here. But I'm trying to show you how big Ozzy Osbourne really is. It doesn't matter how old you are or what walk of life that you're in. Ozzy Osbourne had an impact on you, whether you were rocking out at a game, you know, when the Chiefs just scored a touchdown, or, you know, kicking off, or doing whatever they play the song Crazy Train, or, you know, you're at a baseball game, or whatever it is, you're rocking out to Ozzy Osbourne. He was that transcendent of a musical artist. His music carried weight. It started in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 10s, 20s. I mean, like, you think about all of those decades that Ozzy Osbourne has transcended and all the generations that have come through, you know, Ozzy Osbourne music. Everybody and their brother knows who Ozzy Osbourne is. And when he went, you know, he passed away yesterday, I was like, dang, that's a shocker for me, because I don't think we thought that Ozzy Osbourne was getting to that place. Maybe we did, maybe we knew, you know, hindsight being 2020. I mean, it was a little rough there at the end. We're not going to sit here and say, you know, he was looking great or anything like that. But when that hit yesterday, I'm like, damn, Ozzy Osbourne died. And my phone blew up. Like, my my friends and I, we have this thing. We just text the name of the person, you know, like, you know, Ozzy Osbourne, Malcolm Jamal Warner. That signifies, oh my God, that person has died. We just kind of, that's been our thing for since texting's been a thing, right? Back when we had to pay 10 cents a text. Did you know that? When we had to pay 10 cents a text? Back when they asked my wife about her first month of dating me and how expensive her phone bill was. Oh my gosh. Because I was like, I really don't talk. I mean, let's just text, make it a lot easier. I'll get back to you a lot sooner. She had over $200 in text messages the first month we started dating.
Jeez, Bob.
So, yeah. So, hey, they love the man. I tell you what, she was willing to invest $200 in text messages on me. It paid off in the end.
Of course.
It paid off in the end. But Ozzy Osbourne, my friend, we just kind of text each other the names, right? And some days you miss a couple of people that may have passed away or whatever. You know, this one was every single person I felt like I knew yesterday was texting me and saying Ozzy Osbourne died, and sending a different song and a different picture and a different news article and a different performance. It was like all day long this went on with people talking about Ozzy Osbourne and the impact that he had. And I don't want to sit here and say I don't know any other musician who had a bigger impact on so many people, but I think when you start to talk about those impactful musicians and impactful music artists over the years, I think Ozzy Osbourne does fall into that category. And even when he wasn't producing the new stuff, you know, he was still doing the TV show, The Osbournes, and him and Sharon Osbourne, and whatever that show was. That was a mess. But people watched it, right? Yeah. Like, people paid attention because it was entertaining and it was available and it was there and it was kind of unique at the time, and you never knew what Ozzy was saying, and it was hysterical. It was fun. And so, you know, when he passed away yesterday, it really did. It affected a lot of people. It impacted a lot of people. and he is one of those artists that transcends generations. And so we'll talk about, Ozzy and the impact he had all morning long. And Carrington did something fun yesterday, and we're going to kind of pick up the ball and run with, what he did yesterday when he was talking about his stadium anthems. I thought that was a great topic yesterday. A lot of washed artists on there, Carrington, I'll just say that. But in all seriousness, great topic.
It is a great topic.
I loved it yesterday, listening to those guys talk about the great stadium anthems, him and Rob and whatnot. And so we'll get into that coming up a little bit later on, because there are a couple ones that I think maybe they left off, and maybe you think they left off as well. And, you start to think about the complement of albums that gets played at these stadiums and arenas, and it's not done on accident. They're not just sitting up there just going, let's play this song and click on that song. There's a pattern, there's a rhythm, there's a reason why these songs make it into every stadium that's out there, because it fires up the crowd. And sometimes these, like Crazy Train comes on at Arrowhead and they're up 35-10 in the third quarter, late in the third quarter, early in the fourth quarter. You're partying in the crowd, you're having a good old time. Like, that's just a song that reminds you of good things. And so we'll go through all those kind of stadium anthems as the morning rolls along. Today we'll talk to Matt Quatro coming up at 9 o'clock. We'll talk to Jay Binkley coming up at 6:45 this morning, and Nate Taylor from Training Camp will join us at 7:15. So there's a lot going on.
Nate Taylor of ESPN.
That's right, ESPN fame. Yep, absolutely. So now he's with ESPN and with us here on 96.5 The Fan, and that is exciting. Also today is the official first day of everybody kind of arriving at training camp. I'm starting to see it, all over the interwebs right now of this station is there, that station is there, we're at this training camp, we're at this training camp. And the only thing that I can think of to myself is when I see all these folks showing up to training camp is, you're all playing for second place. Like, do these teams not all realize that they're gathering and getting ready to essentially battle for the number 2 team in the NFL? Because the Kansas City Chiefs are taking over this mantle, and they're not letting it go anytime soon. They have taken over this mantle, I should say, and they're not letting it go anytime soon. And so all these other teams are gathering right now. And I don't know that I felt like this when the Patriots were playing. I always felt like Indianapolis had a chance, or Denver would have a chance, or Pittsburgh would have a chance. But now I look at the NFL, and maybe it's because it's our team and we're here in Kansas City, but I look around this league, I'm like, I hate to be that guy, but you're all getting ready to battle for number 2 this year. Like, that's just the way it's going to go. And imagine going into your job every single day or whatever it was, knowing that you had no chance of being number 1. No chance whatsoever of going out there and being number 1. That's what 31 NFL teams are doing right now, right? They're hoping something happens to the Chiefs so they have a chance to be number 1. But all these squads, dude, are getting ready to finish in second place or worse in the NFL season. And I think that's hysterical right now. I don't know why that hit me this morning. I'm like, all these teams are getting ready to battle for second place.
Oh, that's so cute. You're going to work so hard just for second?
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
It's like they're working at Android, man. It is what it is.
Exactly.
We're the iPhone. I'm sorry. It's going to be superior. And I think more people are starting to catch on to that. But also, it's okay that people aren't. Some people aren't going to catch on to that until maybe even after a few weeks. And I think it's going to hit people sooner in the season than maybe later, which is fun, because that Rashee Rice absence, people are going to use that as an excuse. Oh, Rashee Rice isn't there. That's their whole offense, right? I mean, Travis Kelce, he's washed. Who do they even have behind him? Hollywood Brown, he's always hurt. Xavier Worthy, he's going to get pushed off the line. He's 140 pounds, soaking wet. See what happens.
Yeah, what was the first play they tweeted out yesterday from training? What did I tell you? I mean, can I script this thing even more? I told you the first tweet that the Chiefs are going to send out is going to be a deep pass to Xavier Worthy. And the first play that they tweeted out yesterday, he's got his hamstrings ready, deep pass to Xavier Worthy, catch it. Now, it wasn't a touchdown or anything like that, but it was still the deep ball. You knew they were going to put it out there. Good job by Rob Alberino for listening to the show, and 65 Toss Power Trap for putting that out there for me. I appreciate that, Rob. I love you to death, and I'll give you a big kiss when I see you next time. But you knew that was going to happen. You knew that was going to be the play that they were going to show, because that's been the conversation all off season. We got to have more fun. We got to get the deep ball back. We've got to be more explosive on offense. We want to get back to the 2018, 2019 days of this organization and having fun again. And that's what they did on the first day of training camp. They were putting that ball up in the air. They were making, big time plays. They were having a lot of fun. They looked good doing it. And everybody got excited yesterday because we saw that first deep ball of training camp. And that's what this thing is going to be based on. As long as everybody stays healthy, that's the goal again this season, to kind of get back to where they were. And I think that was the goal last season. Then everybody got hurt. right?
Exactly.
You lost Hollywood Brown. You lost Xavier Worthy. Your offensive line didn't get the job done. You lost your running back. You bring in a guy off the couch to be your running back, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, we can't do what we wanted to do. This year now you've got everybody healthy. You got Patrick Mahomes with a haircut. You got Travis Kelce in the last dance. You figured out left tackle. We'll get into that as the morning rolls along, and now you can go up over the top. And when you have all those other things figured out, now you've got the time for Patrick Mahomes to light the world on fire. And that's what's going to be fun about this whole thing, is that Patrick Mahomes is going to light the world on fire. The one person who he won't be throwing to this year is George Pickens. And I need you to play that audio, because this is ESPN yesterday rolling out their first training camp look at the NFL season. Of course, they start with the Dallas Browns, and then they have this happen on set.
All right, guys, they did make some moves this offseason, though, and one of them was wide receiver George Pickens via trade with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So during the team's first play of training camp, we saw Dak Prescott able to find Pickens for a massive touchdown. Obviously, a great way to start the day. Welcome back to First Take. Quick cleanup on our part. Earlier, we showed video that we identified as George Pickens at Cowboys training camp. It was not George, so we apologize on that mistake.
Yeah. George Pickens, they haven't even started practice yet, and they were showing highlights of George Pickens at Cowboys training camp, because somebody put up a tweet and said, "Oh, look, George Pickens," right?
A troll account.
The troll account, and they just ripped it right off the troll account and put it on First Take, right? So when we get mad that these people are saying things about our Chiefs that they don't know about, they're using troll accounts on air to show you that.
I don't know what they're saying.
I mean, this happens so much to ESPN.
All the time,
do you remember
dude.
Ball Sack Sports back in the day?
Oh, for
and,
sure.
and like Stephen A. Smith would be like citing Ball Sack Sports and things like that, right? Like, I just don't know how people get fooled at that level with as many levels of people that they have at ESPN.
Exactly.
You know?
You got to think at least 3 people saw that, watched it, verified it before it went to air, at least, right? Like 2 producers and maybe Molly all watched it or something. I don't know. Like, it's just insane. None of it was like, well, is that Pickens? That doesn't look like his number. And have they actually started practice? And also, who's this account?
Yeah, who's this person?
Guy?
And you know what? They practice in California. First Take's on 9 a.m. Eastern time. So that's 6 a.m. Central. They didn't, or 6 a.m. Pacific. So they didn't have that practice yet.
You're not even thinking about that.
Right.
It's like crazy, dude.
Well, again, they don't think. People just throw stuff up there. They'd rather be first than right
Always,
in this whole situation. One guy who wasn't first was at Patriots practice yesterday. Do we have the Vrabel turns into Bill Belichick moment yesterday? Because Bill Belichick was channeled yesterday by his, I guess you could say, replacement, Mike Vrabel, at a press conference yesterday.
How'd they do? How do you feel about how the guys came back?
I mean, whether you were in a coma when I answered Tom's question, or typing on your phone or tweeting, I don't know, but I spent 5 minutes answering that question. And I could go back through it, but I'd rather not.
That is fantastic.
So
I get more and more of a fan of Mike Vrabel by the day because, look, I've been to these press conferences over the years, and a lot of times, and it happens at a lot of games. Look at a basketball game, especially with the media. They're not paying attention. They're on their phone. They're worried about tweeting. They're worried about posting on X and Instagram and all that kind of stuff, and they're not listening. And that's why I always say in this business, the number one attribute is to listen. Ryan Lilja taught me that back in the day. He had said something to me one time in the locker room. He goes, all you reporters are talking to me, and then you're looking around not paying any attention to what I'm saying. And so that happens all the time. I'm glad Vrabel called the guy out on that one. Start paying attention in these press conferences. Like, do your job better and not worry about what needs to be out on social media or what other people are saying on social media. Focus on the moment. And that's good advice for everybody. Be in the moment. Be present in that moment. Stop looking at your watch and trying to tell me what, what's going on. Stop looking at your phone. Stop looking at other things. Like, pay attention in the moment, because if you're not, you're going to miss a lot of stuff that goes on.
Yeah, and kudos to Vrabel, too. He knows they got to spend the next 5 or 6 months together, so he's nipping that in the bud right now. Lock in.
Right.
I'm talking, dude.
Absolutely. Lock in. I'm
not repeating myself.
Look, it's 10, 15 minutes. Yeah. How did it go? I just spent 5 minutes on that, man.
We just did.
I mean, we've all been there where you say 100%. Something and somebody asks you what you just said. You're like, I just had that conversation. Right, exactly. It's a big part of the show. Thanks for listening, So there you have it. All kinds of good stuff. Training camp is officially back as every team in the NFL other than the Chiefs battles for second place. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, we've got a sighting of a left tackle that had us all excited. We'll tell you who that is next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Whoever that bozo was doing the armpit fart thing, come on, man.
Catch Royals insider Josh Vernier every Monday at 8:20, right here on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5
The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Heartland Men's Health want you to have an outstanding summer. And what you need to do is get in touch with Heartland Men's Health if you need their help, because summer is here. And we're talking about those longer days, warmer nights, vacations, date nights. But erectile dysfunction can ruin all of that. Look, if intimacy feels stressful because of performance issues, you're not alone. And more importantly, there is help. At Heartland Men's Health, they have treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. And they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. So what I want you to do is schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Plus, they have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your chance at an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read our full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Would you be impressed by a factory copy of the Mona Lisa? Of course not. So then why are we supposed to be impressed with so-called designer jewelry? This is Gene at House of Diamonds. Big-name designers create one original piece, then manufacture thousands of copies, pricing them like they were all originals. That's not how we do things at House of Diamonds. Each piece of jewelry we create is an original, designed and crafted by hand, just for you. No copies, no mass production in an overseas factory, just one of a kind, like the love of your life. And our clients know they'll never see their design on anyone else. They also know that unlike big-name designers, we'll never use lab diamonds to pad our profits. Why pay for factory-made designer copies when you can own a handcrafted, one-of-a-kind original for the same price with real diamonds and gemstones? House of Diamonds, one-of-a-kind jewelry for your one-of-a-kind love. For over 30 years on the southeast corner of College and Quivira.
Chiefs coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks.
Tune in to exclusive Chiefs training camp coverage live from St. Joe on 96.5 The Fan. All access player and coach interviews that you can only hear on 96.5 The Fan. Chiefs training camp coverage is sponsored by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
On the Missouri side, 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. I-70 westbound from 470 into downtown 15 minutes. Kansas side 70 eastbound from 435 to 670 is an 11-minute drive. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Here we'll get to our weekly poll question coming up in a few minutes. You can vote in that on X965 The Fan on X, formerly Twitter, where you can go there and vote in our weekly poll, and we'll release that coming up in a couple of minutes here on the show. Fescoe and Dusty with you. Dusty's off this week. Mack producing and co-hosting as well. Hello, Mack. Can you say hello to the people out there? There you go.
How are you?
You can watch us on Twitch, YouTube, and whatever else you want to watch us on X as well. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube page. Spectre's got like a list of how many subscriptions we keep increasing, and for every subscription that we get during this week, Mack and I each get $5. So please go out there and subscribe to our YouTube page so Mack and I can each get $5 and eat and feed our families.
Gotta figure out how to make money on this. I really want to.
Exactly right. It's exactly right. So Spectre doesn't know it, but we'll tell him at the end of the week, you owe us a couple $100,000 because we got all these people to subscribe to YouTube. So go subscribe to 965 The Fan on YouTube. It'll be at the top of your page, and you can watch us and enjoy us in the mornings, in the afternoons, and in the middays as well as we bring you everything you need to know from Chiefs training camp. And we'll talk to Nate Taylor, who was up there yesterday in less than an hour here on 96.5 The Fan. We'll also talk to Binkley, who's been knee-deep in it for ever because we got training camp going on right now.
Juice all over the place.
And all these other teams battling for second place. But I think what we got to talk about is the number one story right now at training camp, and that, of course, is the left tackle position. I don't want to say it's the only story at training camp because there are other storylines, if you will, that are going to take place at training camp because I think a lot of people are concerned and wondered about, the wide receiver position or the defensive line or defensive back and all that kind of stuff. And that's cool. But the big story really is who's going to play left tackle. And what we had and what we saw and what we looked at yesterday was that Josh Simmons was starting at left tackle. And you had put in the notes yesterday, Mack, or today, or whenever you decided to do this, something or nothing with Josh Simmons starting at left tackle. And I hate to be that guy, but it's both. I mean, it really, I think it's both, It's both. And it's both because it is something that he was starting at left tackle, but it also could be nothing because Jawan Taylor is still out at right tackle, and he had his knee cleaned up, and, some stuff that needed to be done from last season was getting cleaned up, and they still expect Jawan Taylor, obviously, to be a big part of this offensive line. But right now, while it is something, it is an opportunity for Josh Simmons to earn that spot at left tackle, and then maybe you play with not Jawan Taylor at right tackle, right? Is Jalen Moore going to be able to go out there and earn that position? Like, that's why it could be something as well. If Josh Simmons goes out there and plays his ass off, and they go, okay, we're starting you at left tackle, and then Jalen Moore plays well at the right tackle spot, well, then Jawan Taylor now all of a sudden becomes that swing tackle. And again, you and I think we're the only two outside of Jawan Taylor's family who think he's a great football player, right? Like, we should get T-shirts, and we'll be the only two that wear them, Jawan Taylor Fan Club. We had the conversation with Spectre yesterday. He's like, oh, God, Jawan Taylor. And you and I are like, What are we missing?
Overpaid.
Yeah, I don't.
It's not the best contract in the world.
No, it's not. But it's not a terrible. It's not hindering you from doing anything.
No, exactly.
That's what I always get back at. If it's a bad contract, what has it prevented us from doing? Well, we got Karlaftis signed up. We got Trey Smith signed up, getting ready to sign. Trent McDuffie potentially long term.
Nick Bolton lined up.
Got Nick Bolton lined up. You're taking care of. I don't see how that's a bad contract. I really don't. It doesn't look to me scream bad contract. You got to protect your assets, right? And that was part of that kind of 3-year run where we're trying anything at the tackle position to get it fixed, right? And that's what the Chiefs have had to do, and they've had to spend a little bit extra money maybe than they wanted to because they needed to kind of fix that offensive line. And so they gave that money to a proven guy in Jawan Taylor who maybe can play both sides, maybe be a swing tackle this year. But needless to say, it's an investment. And I think a lot of times that's how you have to look at some of these contracts you may not like or players you may not like. But they really do the job. I mean, Jawan Taylor, is he an all-pro? No. But is he a competent, good left tackle or right tackle that you can rely on? I think he is. I think he is. And that's all you want, right? Other than false starting, he's pretty damn good, right?
Yes.
Once the play gets going, as you said yesterday,
Once
right?
the play starts, he's awesome.
He's really
he's
good.
Fantastic.
He's one of the better right tackles out there.
Yes.
And so you want him to be healthy and you want him to be back. But I think this is a great opportunity. And I know both of us were kind of excited yesterday going, all right, day one of training camp, and Josh Simmons is right there at left tackle.
That's so exciting, right? I mean, we've already talked about him being one of the more anticipated rookies the Chiefs have ever had, let alone in this era since Mahomes, for sure, the most anticipated rookie draft. A guy who would have been the first tackle taken, an elite prospect, gets hurt, bad injury to the leg over there in the middle of the season, and drops to the Chiefs. And the whole time they've been really consistent. Hey, we're going to, rehab him back, but as soon as he's ready to go, we're going to put him out there. We're going to give him his chance. We're going to give him his shot. And everyone still in the national media is kind of like, that's not happening. Josh Simmons, the injury, it's over. That's fine. That's at least 4 or 5 weeks into the season. He's not starting out the year. I think, and I've been saying the whole time, he's going to start out the season. He is ahead of progress. I don't know if it means this is it something or nothing? But yesterday, no leg sleeve either for Josh Simmons in any of those videos. And I know they're just in shorts, but that kick step looks great. He looks quick. He looks like he's, attacking at the point. I just think he's going to be the starter at left tackle, and it creates more solutions for you now because now we already had Jawan Taylor and Jalen Moore. Whoever is better at right tackle, both of them have the ability to swing and play on both sides.
That's cool.
On the outside, on the outside, and on the inside. If something happens to Kingsley, I wouldn't feel terrible about Jalen Moore at left guard. And I know Jawan Taylor has played on the left side before, on the inside and outside. So now you've got two guys potentially. If Josh Simmons is that guy at left, two guys for right, and both kind of a sixth man bench guy, swing, go around wherever you need, because we know injuries happen along the offensive line in an 18-game season, and it may be for 3 or 4 weeks, it may be a quick patch-up, but now to have a guy, whether it's Jalen Moore or Jawan Taylor, who you feel pretty confident in as your sixth man off the bench for an offensive line, man, you can't get better than that. And if you want to go a heavy set, if you want to go 6 offensive linemen on the goal line, bang. You're putting in a starting grade offensive lineman as your sixth guy.
Well, and also, too, is that now all of a sudden you've increased competition along that entire offensive line. I was telling you yesterday, I was looking at, I think it was ESPN.com that had it out, that there was kind of their projected starting lineup for every team in the NFL. Who has the best starting lineup? One of those things.
Okay.
So I'm clicking around and I'm looking. And they had Mike Caliendo starting at left guard for the Chiefs. I'm like, wow, that seems that's interesting to me because I would have thought, Kingsley would probably be the guy that would start at left guard. So now all of a sudden you have competition at left tackle. You got competition in depth at left guard. Center and right guard, you don't need that for. And then right tackle as well. And then you've also got Kingsley Suamata'i in there, but you also have Wanya Morrison there as well, who could be a depth piece. And everybody is forgetting about Caliendo. Literally nobody's talking about that poor guy. And I totally forgot about him, but he was the only cat that talked to us after that Super Bowl loss. He was the only guy that was willing to have that conversation about that Super Bowl loss. So stand-up guy, good locker room guy, good football player that started on the Super Bowl team last year, and people are throwing him out like it's bathwater, like that sweat in the bathtub that's dissipated. But I mean, but in all seriousness, people forget about Caliendo. So you can theoretically, dude, go 3 deep at your 2 tackle positions and your guard position. You don't have to worry about center and right guard. Those are potential Hall of Famers right there. But you got now 2 deep at 3 of your 5 positions, and that increases the depth along your entire offensive line. And so I think what we saw yesterday was both something and nothing in the extent of if he's healthy and ready to go, it's something. But if Jawan Taylor's going to move back to that right tackle spot as soon as he's healthy, and they want Jalen Moore to play that left tackle spot because he's older, then it's nothing, But I think, and I'm with you, I think Josh Simmons is your starter at left tackle right now. And I've got nothing to tell me otherwise until we see it out there on the field, obviously. But once you start with those ones, and once you're running with those ones in training camp, it's tough, I think, for people to unseat you. And he's not just running out there because he was the first person on the line.
That's not the way,
He was told that's where they wanted to go. And if they're ready to run him with the ones, that's a great sign for everybody.
And I implore people when they look at this training camp stuff and they say, oh, this guy's at the one, I would say that matters for offensive linemen. That matters for pretty much every position. Do not look at the reps. So if Josh Simmons has less reps maybe than Jawan Taylor at left tackle, if he started with the ones, that's what we need to be looking at. If you're a Chiefs fan, you need to be looking at who is the one. And Josh Simmons was that one yesterday. It's day one. They're in shorts. Jawan Taylor's starting on the PUP right now. So that's why we're asking this question, right? If it's something or if it's nothing. But I agree with you. And if Josh Simmons is, let's not even say what people think he could be, which is elite, which is top 5 best left tackle in the game, pretty much off the bat. He is that sort of prospect if healthy. Let's just say he's good. Let's just say he's a good left tackle this season, which would be amazing. We haven't seen that in a minute here in Chiefs Kingdom. Then all of a sudden you have a good left tackle with elite in the middle. There is not a position, if that left guard, whoever it ends up being, Caliendo, Kingsley, whoever it ends up being, and they're a little more raw, they're a little newer to the position, they're going to have a really good center on their right, and they're going to have a really good left tackle on their left. They're going to be sandwiched in between, just like we had before, right, with Joe Thuney always next to someone kind of being that mainstay, that stability next to you. We always talk about the domino piece of that left tackle. If Josh Simmons can be the domino piece that stays and doesn't fall, and the rest can stay upright, man.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And what's really cool about that is when you mentioned the reps, right? You said, don't look at the number of reps, look at where they're running. Yeah. And I'm going to equate that to Shedeur Sanders for a second, because a lot of conversation has taken place about Shedeur Sanders and look how good he's been and look at all the reps that he's getting. And then somebody kind of did one of those, like how on X right now, they'll give you the community note on whether or not this is true. And somebody put like one of those community notes up in an article I was reading for lack of a better term, and it said it's really a misrepresentation of Shedeur Sanders. Yes, he does look good. Yes, he is getting a lot of reps, but most of them are coming with the third team against no defense. And so so when you see other guys getting reps and maybe they're getting more reps, but they're on third team, that's not really getting those first team reps, obviously. That you want to see. And so he's getting these first team reps, may not be getting all of the reps in practice, but he's not working with the third team against no defense. And that's the difference right there that I see in all this. He's getting first team reps. It doesn't matter how many. It doesn't matter if somebody else has more reps at that position. He's working with the first team, and I think that's significant because this is when you build continuity.
Yes.
This is when you build your team so you know who you can rely on late in the season. And so if he's running with the ones right now, unless he F's it all up and can't play, then he's going to be your starting left tackle.
Man, we talk about chemistry between a quarterback and a wide receiver, right, and the timing and the communication. It's all that and more on the offensive line, and I think that went underrated last year with the injuries and with the in and out at left tackle. There's chemistry to an offensive line. There's communication. There's I know what this guy's good at. I know what this guy isn't good at. I know what this guy, just little signals. Maybe it's a hand tap here. Okay, I know what that means for this guy right before the play. Like little things like that. And if you can start that here in July, man, that is huge. That's something that the Chiefs didn't have last year. And frankly, I don't know if they had it 2 years ago either. They definitely didn't have it last season. So I think something interesting that Spectre brought up to us yesterday, a good question was, on October 1st, and this is for all of you as well, 913-586-7965, on October 1st, who would you rather have be 100% ready to go, Josh Simmons or Rashee Rice?
And for me, it's Simmons. I'm an offensive line guy.
Okay.
I am an offensive line guy. I played offensive line. I know the value in offensive line. I know how important it is. We have seen it here in Kansas City, how much an offensive line can make a difference in the world. Go back to 02, 03, Priest Holmes, Larry Johnson, all of them, Trent Green, that whole offense. They were good, but they became great because of that offensive line and because of Willie Roaf getting added into the mix. And so for my money, Mac, I want Josh Simmons to be healthy by October 1st. I want him to be the guy. What do you say?
I'll go Rashee Rice. I think it's really close. I think for me it's Rashee Rice because I think he's going to be the engine to the offense, just like Kelce was a few years ago. I think Rashee Rice is that new Kelce. He's going to be, the short routes, the 3rd and 4. It's going to be a Rashee Rice type play, like little screen plays they're going to make, and Rashee Rice is going to pop for 25. Like things like that. It's going to be like 8 catches a game kind of thing, like we used to see with Travis Kelce. That's what I see of a wide receiver version for Rashee Rice, just kind of that security blanket, that mainstay for Patrick Mahomes when he's been between a rock and a hard place. He knows to look over to number 4. And I just think that is so valuable to this team. Obviously, there were more injuries than just Rashee Rice last year. But I believe if the Hollywood and Pacheco injuries still happen, but Rashee Rice stays healthy, I think the offense looks drastically different.
They could probably make the Super Bowl.
They could maybe win it, have a better game plan.
Hey, wouldn't go that far.
No, probably wouldn't go that far either. No, it's definitely not that. He's not that. He's not Jerry Rice. He's Rashee Rice.
Right.
But still, this is a huge addition and someone that I've been tooting his horn ever since they drafted him. I think he's a top 10 wide receiver. And I think with Patrick Mahomes, that has maybe a higher lift of the floor and the ceiling than maybe Josh Simmons, but I think it's really close because I'm sports horny for Josh Simmons, man.
Yeah, I know you are, and so am I, and I think that's good. And the difference though between those two positions, right, the wide receiver and the offensive tackle, the wide receiver position you recognize when the guy does great things. The offensive tackle position you recognize when the guy does bad things. Like you never recognize when an offensive lineman does amazing things when he does his job because it's supposed to be done that way, and you really don't know when a wide receiver runs a bad route. You always want to blame the quarterback. Oh, he didn't hit him. It was a bad throw by the quarterback. Well, we don't know if he ran a bad route. So the two positions, it's easy to see Rashee Rice have the success. It's harder to see an offensive lineman have success, but it's real easy to see an offensive lineman make a mistake when it's very difficult to see a wide receiver go out there and make those mistakes. So I think that all this to be said, Mack, and this isn't hyperbole. This is fact, in my opinion, anyway. I think Josh Simmons is the most important rookie to the Chiefs since Patrick Mahomes was drafted. And even at that time, Patrick Mahomes wasn't playing, right? He was the backup quarterback at that time. But since that Patrick Mahomes draft to where we are today, I don't know that we've seen a more important rookie than Josh Simmons entering the fold, right? He's entered the group chat, right, as the most important rookie of this Patrick Mahomes era. And I hope it gets to the point where this is the last left tackle that Patrick Mahomes has ever had to play with. I mean, we talked about it weeks ago. Patrick Mahomes may retire before Josh Simmons retires if everything goes according to plan. And this guy becomes a 20-year mainstay on the left side of your offensive line. And some dudes can play in the NFL. We talked about it weeks ago, the Lomas Browns, the Anthony Munozes of the world that played for 20-some years, and Willie Roaf played forever and a day at that left tackle spot. So it's very possible that this could be the last left tackle that Patrick Mahomes ever plays with, and very possible that Mahomes retires before this guy. So I think he is the most important rookie that this team has drafted since the Patrick Mahomes era has begun.
Yeah, I don't think there's a question. I mean, he's the second most important position in football, and it's something that the Chiefs have struggled with over the last 2 years, and that's probably why my answer should be Josh Simmons to the question of who you'd rather have on October 1st, because if you've watched what's transpired on the field for the Chiefs the last couple of years, and again, especially last season, it has been, I mean, their lack of success isn't right. They were in the Super Bowl last year. Their limit was because the limit on their success was put because of left tackle play. And so, yeah, he can blow the ceiling off the roof here. Rice is going to be suspended, guys, from the 816.
Thank you.
Okay, 913, 1,000% Simmons the entire season, and Super Bowl was rough because of left tackle.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep. 417, it's coming in again. Lost 2 Super Bowls because of the offensive line. Won a couple with so-so wide receiver play. I would definitely rather have a healthy offensive line. Yeah, I think that's great. I think you're right.
Nailed it. 100% nailed it right there. You get the rest of the week off, man. No, that guy nailed it right there. We have lost 2 Super Bowls because of offensive line. We won Super Bowls with Sky Moore, Kadarius Toney. Mecole Hardman catching the game-winning touchdown pass. Like, I mean, Patrick Mahomes can take care of business
do that part
if he's got an offensive line protecting him. All right, our weekly poll has gone up on X on 965, The Fan on Twitter, formerly X. What do we have as the poll question today, Mackadoodle?
The Wednesday poll, should the Royals extend Salvador Perez, yes or no, just posted on the X, formerly known as Twitter page, The Fan 965, and make sure and give that a follow on all social media platforms, The Fan 965.
Yeah, and we say that because, it's time to pick up Salvador Perez's option for next year. He has that player option, or the team option, I should say, available for next year. All the team has to do is go to Salvador Perez and say, hey, we got this, and they pick up his option, and he's a member of the Chiefs or the Royals in 2026. And I think that's very important for this ball club because Salvador Perez is getting close to a lot of important numbers, a lot of important results, and you want all of those to occur in Kansas City Royals blue, and you want all of that to be, for him to be a lifer here in Kansas City and for all of us to be a part of it and to be able to celebrate Salvador Perez. And I still think he's a difference maker on this team. Again, this team goes as Salvy goes. They got hot a little bit early in July when Salvador Perez was hitting home runs. We saw what happened the other night in Chicago, hit a couple of home runs. They blow out the Chicago Cubs. Yeah. Last night, silent. He didn't do anything. They lose the game in grand fashion. And so I think Salvador Perez, as much as people think Bobby Witt is, Salvador Perez is still the catalyst, still the captain, still the mainstay, on this ball club. He's the guy that stirs the drink. And so to pick up that player option for one more year to have Salvador Perez's option picked up, I think the answer is an absolute 100% yes. You pick up that player option. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, we talk to the man, the myth, the legend. His name is Jay Binkley. We do that next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
Hey, what's going on, man?
On your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends at Park and Go are flat out awesome. We used them this past weekend when we were gone for a couple of days. And not only did we get to our flight with plenty of time to spare, we also got home in no time at all. And I always love talking about the return trips with Park and Go because when we pull up to the gate at 4:28 and I can be in my driveway in Overland Park at 5:20 in less than an hour, that's amazing customer service, right? The Park and Go bus is always there when you get off your flight. All you have to do is grab your bags and jump on the bus, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. They do an amazing time of getting you to and from the airport terminal in no time at all. And it all starts from the minute you make your reservation. As soon as you book that flight reservation, go to bookparkandgo.com and then make your parking reservation. Also, you're going to want to prepay because when you prepay, you're going to save a ton of money and get Park and Go's lowest rate. And then you're ready to go. Show up on the day of your trip, give them the reservation number, and they direct you to that covered parking spot that they reserve for you. All spots are covered at Park and Go. And then the van takes you right to the airport and gets you right back after your flight. So do what we did and join their frequent Parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
It's the summer sales event at Robside Ford. Your chance to upgrade without the stress. Robside joins me now. Rob, what's the offer?
0% financing, $0 down, and 0 payments for 90 days on nearly the entire Ford lineup.
That's a serious summer deal.
Sure is. And unlike your brisket last weekend, these deals aren't dry.
Okay, that's fair. These savings are definitely juicy.
And we're backing it up with 2 years of complimentary maintenance, a non-commissioned sales team, and top trade-in values.
No pressure. No gimmicks at Robside Ford. The way car buying should be.
We're Kansas City's top-rated Ford dealer. 4.8 stars, nearly 3,000 Google reviews, and a better experience from start to finish.
So skip the smoke and the dry meat. This summer, start at Robside Ford.
135th and State Line or robsigHC.com. 0% financing, $0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, and 2 years of complimentary maintenance.
Robside Ford. Buy right. Drive happy. And next time, maybe stick to potato salad.
Well, I'll tell you what my wife said to me yesterday. She goes, guess what? The Aspen guys are coming tomorrow to cut the lawn. And I got excited for that. Like, that's getting me excited now to see the guys from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control out taking care of our lawn because I know when they come, it's going to look awesome. They do an unbelievable job for our front yard and for our backyard as well. The folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have taken our yard from an absolute mess and they're turning it into the lawn of our dreams. And we're getting ready to have that fall seeding take place. Yeah, we're getting there, folks. We're getting close and close and close to that fall seeding time when you're going to put that new seed down to let that lawn grow in all fall long. So next spring, it looks beautiful. And the folks over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, the college-educated professionals, will get it done the right way the first time. They did it for us. And they also put over that mosquito dome on our house. It keeps all the bugs out, keeps the fleas out of the yard, keeps the ticks out of the yard, and keeps the mosquitoes from biting us as we love to sit outside. And it's great for the pets as well. There are no fleas and ticks in our yard, and Winnie can run around and enjoy her life outside. Right now at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, they offer full-service lawn care, irrigation, and pest control, and they're going to give you up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So visit them today at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
The world's coming to Kansas City in 2026. Is your parking lot ready? Faded lines, potholes, unsafe sidewalks? GAN Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team. One contractor, all things parking lot. Visit GANAsphalt.com today. Ready for game day? Score big with Jersey Mike's. Piled high, sliced fresh. It's a sub above for your football feast. Order yours today at jerseymikes.com or download the app. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little Chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Brought to you by Climate Control Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Visit ClimateControlKC.com. Climate Control has been serving KC homeowners for over 35 years and know how to get your cooling system ready to handle the scorching hot summer. Schedule your AC system tune-up for just $59. Don't wait. Visit ClimateControlKC.com today. Climate Control Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 northbound, 69 highway northbound. A little slow approaching that merge, but things have lightened up here in the last few minutes. 635 southbound is slow from Shawnee Drive down towards I-35. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
It's time for the College Football Report with Jay Binkley.
I'm still not sure I'm not Dusty's dad, but regardless.
On your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, it is officially the start of football season. Nobody happier than one Jay Binkley, except for maybe the executives at ESPN, because this is just coming down this morning from Andrew Marchand of the New York Times, The Athletic. ESPN and the NFL are inside the 5-yard line on a groundbreaking rights deal that is going to include the Red Zone channel, NFL Network, 7 regular season games that may appear on NFL Network, enhanced betting and fantasy league possibilities, and more. And it looks like the NFL Network under ESPN would likely be enhanced. ESPN's main channels would still feature the NFL a lot of the time, but the devoted network would be on 24/7 with NFL coverage coming from ESPN. And so they're getting ready to invest a lot of money. They already pay $2.7 billion per year for 25 games, does ESPN/ABC. And so it's only going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's why I said yesterday, and I'll continue to say it as a fan, who cares what they spend on players? These folks have unlimited funds now in the NFL. And so ESPN's direct-to-consumer is going to be $29.95 a month. And if that includes Red Zone and the NFL and all that kind of stuff, I guarantee you people will be signing up for that because that's what we do in this world. We flock to wherever the National Football League is. Jay Binkley is with us here on 96.5 The Fan. Good morning, Jay. I don't know how to do that.
Bob, I had him.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry. Did we hang up on Jay?
Yeah, let me call him back.
I hit a button and the phone popped up. I'm like, ooh, that's kind of cool. I like how that graphic went there. So we'll get Jay Binkley back on the phone. But that is kind of the word of the day is that ESPN and NFL Network are getting set, or not ESPN and NFL Network, but ESPN and the NFL are getting ready to sign a big-time rights deal, and a big-time player in the televising of NFL is going to be that ESPN direct-to-consumer. Can you put Jay on the air, please, Mack? Thank you very much. Jay, how are you?
Good, Bob. What'd you do, screw it up?
Yeah, of course.
Always.
So NFL Network will still be here. We knew this was coming around, though, Bob. I remember sitting in with you like about a year ago or something. We said something is weird happening with NFL Network because they're cutting way back or cutting all these people, and it's like this league prints money. What are they doing? And Good Morning Football has been a mess. They've had a million different hosts. They've just been wading water. But I assume NFL Network will still keep its name, NFL Network. But we've seen these changes. And it's been really weird how MLB Network's thriving. The NFL Network, you knew it's thriving. We're just waiting for something.
Well, I think also, too, Good Morning Football used to be the most important NFL show, and then all of a sudden it dissipated. I don't know why. I guess because they lost a lot of the original cast, and it was kind of a jumbled mess there for a while. But with ESPN involved and more money involved, I mean, that's great for the fan. It really is. It may cost us a little bit more out of our pockets, obviously, if we want to go down that route and watch those games. But it means more money for the league and more money we can spend on our players to keep them here in Kansas City. That's kind of the way that I look at it, Jay.
Yeah, and I think it's a must-watch, NFL Network. It was only so well-run, and then all of a sudden this off-season, they've just been playing around with it by having a million different people kind of hosting the show, losing Peter Schrager, and obviously he's still with the company because when they take it over, he's still kind of with them too. So
yeah, all right, let's talk about the tackle situation right now. We saw Simmons starting yesterday up at training camp. Jawan Taylor's on the PUP list, got some things to clean up in that knee of his. What's the tackle situation look like to you when Jawan Taylor comes back?
I think it's well, we'll see how Simmons goes, man. It's one thing to be in shorts, and it's another thing when the pads come on, because even Andy Reid talked about that the last day of minicamp, like, well, he's been out here, he's been in shorts on, we'll see what happens when it's live action, because that is much different when you put the pads on and you got these edge rushers for the Chiefs wanting to make the team and trying to take advantage of Josh Simmons, being a first-round pick. So we'll see what happens. I think it's good news for him, though, that he's there. And I don't know if it's just a placement because Jalen Moore, remember, he's versatile, man. This guy went to Western Michigan as a tight end. This guy can play different things. He's an athletic dude. Yeah, he's a left tackle by trade, and that's what he can do. But I think they wanted to see, all right, what can he do at right tackle and things like that. Well, Jalen Moore go back to left tackle in the beginning until Josh Simmons is 100% ready. I don't think they're going to push him, and I don't think they want to push him, with live contact all the time. I expect a lot of rotation between Jalen Moore and Josh Simmons until that patellar tendon is 100% ready to go. So there's no reason to rush him. I mean, you got him 5 years now, 4 years, and the 1 year option at the end of that. So I don't think they're going to rush him to run him. It's great. It looks great in theory. But this is what the Chiefs do. Remember last camp was Wanya Morris, and then it was Kingsley. And we'll see what Josh Simmons does. But I'm with you, Bob. This is the most important draft pick for this team, being left tackle, because they've got to find an answer for that. They thought they had it last year with Kingsley when they drafted him in the second round, and now all of a sudden they had to waste more capital on that left tackle position, because had Kingsley worked out perfectly at left tackle, it would have been perfect because it had already been set. They've spent a second-round pick. It's done. Then they could have spent the first-round pick this year in a different direction, something else to help the team, but they had to go right back to left tackle because Kingsley wasn't that left tackle. But we'll see what happens. We saw kind of a combination between Wanya and Kingsley last year in camp until they settled on the right guy. I'll say this, though. Once Andy Reid makes a decision, he usually sticks with it, except for that left tackle, because I don't know if you remember Trey Smith's rookie year. there's question, all right, who's going to be there? Then boom, day one of training camp, Trey Smith at right guard and hasn't looked back.
Hasn't looked back, and that's why I see Josh Simmons running with the ones. I'm like, well, look, Andy's made his decision, and that's kind of been the pattern here. And also, too, this team just, all off season, it's been kind of quiet. Everybody's been attacking them. They go to training camp, and now it's like revenge is on the minds of the Kansas City Chiefs. I think they're playing with a bunch of revenge this year to get back at not only losing in the Super Bowl, but get back to everybody who said they were washed this offseason.
You know what? I think that's been a big theme, Bob. It just seems different, man. Patrick Mahomes kind of with this chip on his shoulder, and it's evident. Not that he's always had one, to prove everybody wrong, but I remember Peter Schrager. Speaking of him, he was on ESPN the other day talking about this new Chiefs Kingdom, Pat McAfee show. He was on there. He was talking about this Chiefs Kingdom series, and he was talking about how Patrick Mahomes was in the gym on Tuesday after losing the Super Bowl at Sunday, getting home at 1 o'clock in the morning. He was in the gym at Tuesday and said, "Then this guy's just a killer, just a stone cold killer. He wants to go out there and beat you." And then you got Travis Kelce in The Last Dance, and this the tenor of what they're saying. Hey, let's put it behind us. The Super Bowl, yeah, we watched it, but it's like a scarlet letter because it did happen. And I think they want to erase that. And everywhere they go, they're reminded of that. And every time they flip on the TV, people are talking, well, it's the downfall. What Colin Cowherd and his little co-host, Jason McIntyre, were actually putting the Chiefs at third in the division yesterday. It's the same crap that happens every year, but it happens more and more after what happened in the Super Bowl kind of illuminates things. But now the Chiefs Kingdom show is going to come out on ESPN on August 14th, which is going to highlight last year's season. And, of course, it's going to be fun to watch the season and stuff like that, but it's going to culminate with that Super Bowl loss. So, once again, that's going to be magnified right there on ESPN, the Chiefs, getting hammered in the Super Bowl. So these guys are always constantly reminded of that. But just kind of the attitude, you saw the commercials have been less for the Chiefs this year. Yeah, there's still going to be a few of them here and there with them, but it's not as much as last year. Patrick Mahomes didn't play in the American Century Golf Tournament for 2 straight years. Now, Kelce still played in it, but there was no Mahomes. And this dude loves golf. He's been on the match twice, but he wasn't at the American Century this year. I don't know if it's more time with the kids or whatever it's doing, but to me, that's kind of like a refocused, hey, I got a revenge tour to do here with the Kansas City Chiefs. But you just notice the way they talk. This team is edgy, and I love to see it.
Yeah, I do too, and that's why I tweeted out this morning. It's fun to see all these folks going to training camp for these other organizations playing for second place this year.
Well, it's kind of been the way it is because the Chiefs have had that hold. It's so tough. It is so tough in this day and age, man, to be as good as the Chiefs have been. And I don't think they get nearly enough credit for going to 7 straight AFC title games. It's almost like people forget. Andy Reid's been to 5 Super Bowls with the Chiefs. He's won 3 of them. Patrick Mahomes has gone to the AFC title game 7 years as a starter to the AFC title game, 5 Super Bowls, 3 Super Bowl rings. People forget that, man. It's like all of a sudden they turn the page to the next season and they forget the success of the Chiefs because other teams aren't doing this. We saw New England have a hell of a run, winning 11 straight division titles. Well, the Chiefs have done 9. And last year might have been the most impressive one since 3 teams in this division ended up making the playoffs, and the Chiefs won the AFC West by 4 games. Yeah. It shows you the dominance they had. But what they're doing is unprecedented. But they just don't get the credit for it, and that's fine because that keeps them motivated.
Jay, we appreciate the time. Enjoy watching training camp videos, and we will see you here in a matter of minutes, I'm sure.
All right, my friend. Take care.
Take care. Jay Binkley with us here on 96.5 The Fan, our football insider. Think about what he just said there, because I do want to touch on something he just said there that involved this team winning the division last year. 4 games. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, he mentioned Peter Schrager. You got to hear what Peter Schrager said about the Chiefs. You will be so excited. It will be time for a cold tub next.
But it's like a scarlet letter.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
All right, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending, they're going to help you out of any financial situation that you're in. We've been working with Golden Oak Lending probably for about a decade now, and I love the folks over there. They're like family to us, and really we're all on first-name basis. We talk to them all the time over there. They've helped my wife with charity events and whatnot. They are just great corporate citizens, but also help you get into that financial landscape that you want to be in right now, right? We all run into those troubles, whether it's credit card bills or maybe you've done some repairs on your home or back to school's coming up and you've got college college tuition coming due, you're looking for a little breathing room. Golden Oak Lending can help get you there. But you've got to take that free mortgage checkup. It's risk-free. There's no paperwork or credit card required. It's just a phone conversation, and you do all the talking. You tell Golden Oak Lending where you are and where you want to go. Then they'll take all that information and see if they have a great low rate for you. If they do, great. If they don't, they'll let you know that as well. They're not going to put you in a mortgage that isn't better than what you have right now. The average cash-out customer with Golden Oak Lending saves $1,104 per month, and when you refinance, you can skip 2 mortgage payments, so you can roll into the fall without having to make a mortgage payment for the next 2 months. So contact them today. You can visit them at goldenoaklending.com or just give them a call and take that free mortgage checkup. 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD, and let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
There is only one National Summer Arms Show, and it returns to Kansas City this weekend only. Bigger than ever. Buy, sell, and trade with freedom lovers from coast to coast and border to border. All gathering at the KCI Expo Center for one incredible weekend. Discover vintage rifles and handguns, modern arms, and collectible militaria. From Civil War artifacts to today's tactical gear, there's something for everyone. Stock up on ammo, brass, reloading gear, and military surplus. Explore blades from everyday carry to high-end collectibles. Visit the Colt Collectors, the High Standard Collectors, and the returning Marlin Firearms Collectors. There's no buyer's premium, just $15 a day or $20 for a weekend pass. Kids 15 and under are free with an adult admission. The 54th Annual National Summer Arms Show, this Saturday, July 26th from 9 to 5 and Sunday 9 to 3. It's the Midwest's highest caliber event and the 5th largest arms show in America. Details online at nationalsummerarmsshow.com. That's nationalsummerarmsshow.com.
Guys, if you're dealing with constant tiredness, you're fighting a losing battle, your job, your relationships, your daily life, it's all affected. But you don't have to live like that. Get your life back with TRT at Lowe T Center. Regaining your energy is regaining your life. Know your testosterone level in minutes, then choose between at-home treatment or in-center care. That's because it's never been easier to get started on TRT. Right now, the T-test is free, but time is running out. Don't wait. Go to fixmylowt.com to book an appointment today.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Paid for client betrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law. How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Car wreck? Get the money you deserve. Mike's got this.
Chiefs coverage brought to you by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
At Metal by the Foot, we pride ourselves on delivering the highest quality metal to meet your exact needs. Located in Casey and Topeka, online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
35 northbound on the Kansas side. Things get pretty heavy at 95th Street. Stay very slow up towards 87th with an accident blocking the left lane. Heading on the Missouri side, 435 westbound, briefly slow from Holmes to the state line. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Travis Kelce Appreciation Day on Fescoe and Dusty is on Thursday, August 7th, right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2, Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
Our thanks to Jay Binkley, who joins us every single Wednesday at 6:45. Once the college football season rolls along, he's voting again in the AP Top 25. So we'll have a Top 25 voter here and determine who's going to be in the college football playoff. I know Jay's excited about that again, and he takes it serious, which is really, really cool because you want people who take it serious, not people who don't, like I would. So congratulations to Jay for being a voter in that. One thing that he did say, and we'll jump into what Peter Schrager said here in just 1 second. I didn't realize this until Jay Binkley said it, and then when Jay Binkley said it, I went, whoa. The Chiefs won the division by 4 games last year. That's like winning it by 40 games in Major League Baseball. You know, you times everything by 10 because that's essentially what it is in baseball. This is a team that won the division by 4 games last year, right, Mack? And everybody is trying to say that they're going to lose the division this year. That's almost an insurmountable lead, a 4-game lead in the division. That's a huge lead to win that division by. And so when people,
season,
right? Like, so when people sit around and say that the Chiefs are going to go out there and they're going to lose this division and it's going to be this team that steps up and that team that steps up, there's still a lot of ground to make up in order for you to win that division, right? You've got to overcome the 4-game deficit that you had last year. The Chiefs just weren't better than everybody else last year in their division. They were vastly better than everybody else in their division last year. To win it by that wide of a margin, I don't know that that kind of gap is closed in this offseason. I don't know that any team right now in the NFL, or in the AFC West, I should say, has gotten 4 games better while the Chiefs have gotten 4 games worse.
That's, by the way, with giving the Broncos that last game.
Correct.
So you could call it 4.5 games if you want to, whatever it may be. But
right.
Yeah, there's no way that both those things have happened at the same time. The Chiefs, from all accounts, from our accounts, from national accounts, most of them gotten better. They've improved. So have the Broncos and maybe the Chargers, definitely the Raiders, but improved. So the Raiders have improved from, 5 wins to 6 or 7 wins?
Right.
You know what I mean? The Chargers have improved slightly to 9, 9.5. You know, what are the Broncos? Are they actually going to be relevant on offense yet again? We know what that
Who's their number
defense
2 wide receiver in Denver?
Never heard of him.
Devon Vele, maybe?
I mean, I saw some Denver folks yesterday like, okay, who's our number 2 wide receiver? We're worried about who number 6 is on our
exactly.
team. You know?
Exactly.
The Denver Broncos, everybody's praising them, and they've got a young quarterback who I like. I'm a fan of Bo Nix. But who's he throwing the football to?
That's been one of my things, man. It's like they went and got Evan Ingram, I think, and that's supposed to be like this huge addition, which is fine.
I mean, that's he was like kind of semi-retired, you know, in Jacksonville. Most people are because it's old people, right? They're all looking for that fountain of youth down there. But Evan, like if you're putting all your eggs into the basket of we're going to be better on offense because Evan Ingram is here. This isn't 2019 or 2021 or whatever it was when Evan Ingram was really good for the Giants. You know, this is a couple of years, I would think, past his prime. And so that's why I ask, who's Bo Nix throwing the football to this year?
Played 9 games last year, 365 yards. 2 years ago was his awesome year, 960 yards and 4 touchdowns. So that was a good year, almost 1,000 yards 2 years ago. So you hope he can find some of that. But again, you're right. So you have
But that's 2 years older
That's
now.
2 years older now. Let's see, he's 31.
Mm-hmm.
And then, it's Cortland Sutton, who's also 31, 32. And
Right.
he's good. He's never been great. And, past that, it's Vele, it's Mims. They have 4 running backs we know nothing about. One of them, hopefully, is good. Jadon Blue, R.J. Harvey, McLaughlin. It's like all these guys that it's just.
Never heard of him.
So, hopefully one of them goes off for him. But, for me, Bo Nix is a guy who needs other people to help him lift this offense up. He's not going to do it
He's a win
himself.
with, not win because of.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
He needs stuff in front of him to throw to. And Sean Payton, a great schemer, but he's not even the best schemer and not even best offensive mind in the division. So your strength isn't as good as our strength.
That's what I'm saying. So 4 games. Who's going to overcome that? Who's going to be 4 games better than the Chiefs this year? And are the Chiefs going to be 4 games worse than where they were last season? And I don't think that's going to be the case. And neither does Peter Schrager, who had some great stuff to say about this organization that should have everybody kind of hyped up for the start of training camp.
They lose the Super Bowl, and it's like, walking out of that stadium the way it went, like Brett Veach is beside himself, Mahomes is beside himself, Chris Jones is devastated. They have Tuesday morning, Mahomes is in the gym, and Mahomes is working out. Remember, the Super Bowl ends Sunday night at 1 a.m., and they've got their cameras here for this kingdom, this whole thing, which I think is going to be awesome. And Mahomes is working out that Tuesday morning. And this is the same stuff that you might say, oh, whatever, every player is. This is Michael Jordan Last Dance stuff. This is when we lose to the Pistons, we get in the gym that morning and we encourage Scottie Pippen to get and follow the lead. We encourage Horace Grant. I just think they are so dialed in, and they had that picture of him at the party with Brittany and he's got a little dad bod, and everyone had their fun with that. Like, he reads and hears everything. Mahomes is a killer. I think this is actually the last thing you want to do is start questioning Mahomes' dedication or his fitness and what they have, because truth be told, they got better on the offensive line. They're going to have healthy wide receivers. They added some talent on the defensive side. Like, I don't know, Kansas City, you start questioning them and you start considering how they lost that Super Bowl and how embarrassed they were. I wouldn't be shocked if they come out guns blazing to start the season.
Well, I mean, that's what we've been saying since that Super Bowl ended last year, that this team was going to come out with a sense of revenge, and they're going to come out there and they want to show the world that they are still the best team in the NFL. And I think right now it is going to happen. I think there is so much revenge on their minds and so much I want to prove everybody wrong that they're going to go out there and they're going to take care of business. And you heard Peter Schrager talk about the emotional side of that locker room. You and I, we were in that locker room when that game ended, and I had the opportunity to talk to some people kind of off to the side and whatnot. I saw that emotion. I saw that emotion that he's talking about, and I've had the opportunity to be in winning locker rooms. I've had the opportunity to be in losing locker rooms, right? In 2014, after the World Series, opportunity to be in that locker room. Guys were down. Guys were upset, obviously. We didn't feel as upset as they did that day, and then they came back in 15 and won it all. I've never been part of a locker room that was that emotional after a loss. Usually like in a college basketball setting, you see it in Kansas over the years. We've been around and guys are crying and whatnot because they know they're done and they're on to whatever was next in their lives. Their college career is over. That's why you see that kind of emotional stuff in the NCAA tournament. I don't know that I've ever experienced a professional locker room that was that emotional and that upset about the way that game ended and the way that season ended, because I think when that game was over, it was an emotional drain for the entire year of fighting for this three-peat and fighting for this three-peat and fighting for this three-peat. And then everybody's bodies just gave out at the end. And then everybody was just so emotional. They were emotionally spent. It's human nature to be emotionally spent after a game like that and after a season like that. And that emotion right now is what's feeding this ball club to go out there and to prove everybody wrong. They remember what it was like. I remember what it was like. I was hugging grown men that were in tears, consoling them outside of that locker room. I'm not going to say who because it's nobody's business. But when you are a grown man hugging another grown man and they're crying on your shoulder because of the way that game went down, that's how you know how devastated they were and how bought in they were and how much they wanted that and how much that is going to fuel this season. Guys, I've been telling you this since February. I can't wait for this season to get started. I can't wait to watch this team go out there, scorched earth, and show everybody in the NFL, hey, we're back. And now you've got to deal with us. And now you've got to deal with us in a revenge mode. Now you've got to deal with us in Travis's last season. Now you've got to deal with us when Rashee Rice is going to make a name for himself and Xavier Worthy's going to make a name for himself and Trent McDuffie and George just got paid. And all these guys now have the same goal in mind, and that's to get back to that Super Bowl and win it again, but also to destroy everybody in their path. And that is the game plan this year, and that's what's going to happen for this organization. I think it's going to be so much fun, and I can't wait. Like I don't know that I've been this excited for the start of a season in a very long time.
I can see it.
Like going into last year, I was excited, but I was more nervous going into last season because of how bad I wanted to get to that Super Bowl and how bad I wanted to go for that three-peat. This year, I'm excited to go watch this team play, and I don't think that I'm going to have as much nervous energy this year as I did last year. I don't think I'm going to watch every single play like it's the last play of the season like I did last year. And that's the way that the team's going to approach it as well. Not every play is the last play. Not every play has to be perfect. Not every moment has to be the best. You need to go out there, you need to have fun, and you need to destroy everybody. And that's what is going to happen this year with this team. Don't doubt this team. I promise you, do not doubt this team. They're coming for you, and they're coming for your neighborhood. They're coming for that neighborhood. They're coming for this neighborhood, and they want to leave a mark on this game that shows you, yeah, we lost the Super Bowl, but we're still the best team in the NFL.
Locked, cocked, and ready to rock.
Coming up, we'll talk to Nate Taylor. He is with ESPN now. He's our Chiefs insider. We talk to Nate next.
Hey, it's Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've got knee pain, right? I know you do. You got some back pain. Yeah, I know. The hips are bothering, right? Your shoulder's hurting, and you're like, I just don't know what to do anymore. It's not getting any better. And I've been stuck in this cycle of steroid shots, and I don't want to do that anymore. And now my doctors are talking surgery. Oh, no. Hey, hang on a second. Let's hit pause, and let's go see my friends over at QC Kinetics, because they're helping tons of people get their lives back without more meds and without going under the knife. QC Kinetics are the leaders in regenerative medicine, using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And we're not talking about masking the pain. No, this is going to the root of the problem. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize their own body's ability to heal itself. And you're going to get real results that let you move easier and live better. And this second opinion doesn't cost anything. Learn more about something that could be life-changing. A licensed medical provider will go over your x-rays or MRIs and see if you're a good fit for these breakthrough treatments. So call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
Transform your home with the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC. Powell Exteriors KC will create the perfect custom deck or patio cover to keep you cool, comfortable, and loving life outside. Get your free estimate now, and you could be enjoying your new deck or patio in a matter of weeks. Siding, windows, roofing, they do it all. This time of year, it's all about decks, cover, and shade. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule your free estimate today. It's the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC, Kansas City's exterior experts.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help this patient.
Hi, my name is John, and I've been on ED and testosterone treatment at Heartland Men's Health for the past 15 months. I could tell, I was starting to go downhill, and my wife kept telling me, well, you need to go to a clinic that'll specialize in that. And that's what eventually led me into the men's clinic here to treatment. In my opinion, is a miracle. I was able to perform to an elevated position that, quite honestly, I never thought I'd see again. For my fellow men out there, if you're feeling that you're not up to par, I encourage you, contact Heartland Men's Health, and you will see a dramatic difference.
Thank you. It's true. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Pro Savings Day's doorbuster deals are on at Lowe's. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members save an additional $120 on a GE 21.9 cubic foot top freezer refrigerator. Plus, members save $70 on a Bosch hammer drill, now only $99. Not a Pro Rewards member? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/23 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
DQ presents how to make your summer take flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman cake batter cookie dough blizzard treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Inland next 35 northbound, slow from 95th Street up towards 87th with an accident blocking the left lane. And then past that, no delays into downtown. Missouri side, 435 westbound, briefly slow from Warnell to the state line. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
It is a Wednesday, and that means we have our weekly poll on X, formerly Twitter, about what's going on in the world of sports. We'll also talk to Nate Taylor of ESPN and our Chiefs Insider coming up in a couple of moments here on 96.5 The Fan. But our poll question is up, and we want you to vote on the Jay's Southland Tow Service poll on our Twitter page. What do we got going on over there, Mack?
Yeah, so the poll this week, this Wednesday, should the Royals pick up the option for Salvador Perez? A resounding yes right now, about 100 votes in, 87% yes, just under 13% for no.
Now, that's crazy. 87% of fans want Salvador Perez's option picked up. Yeah, absolutely they should. And there's no reason not to pick up Salvador Perez's team option, right? You pick up that option and you secure him for at least another season to make sure that he finishes his career, hopefully, as a member of the Kansas City Royals. He didn't hit a home run last night, so he's still 10 shy of 300, still, 27 shy of George Brett's all-time record for the most home runs in a Royals uniform. So, yeah, we definitely want to see Salvador Perez's option picked up. So we'll talk to Nate Taylor. We'll continue to keep you updated on everything that's going on with that poll. We'll continue to keep you updated on the ESPN situation involving the NFL. According to the New York Times, they're inside the 5-yard line about basically acquiring NFL Network, NFL Red Zone, 7 more games in addition to the ones that they already have that will air exclusively on NFL Network. And ESPN is getting ready to launch their direct-to-consumer pricing, which is $30 a month, and it will include, obviously, all of that stuff. So ESPN and the NFL are getting ready to have some sort of mega deal that is going to be announced, and that's good for, I guess, the fans because we are able to spend more money on players and keep our guys around that we love. But it's also probably going to be more costly for a lot of people to go out there and to watch these games that do take place in the NFL. They are making it a little bit more difficult each year to go out there and find a way to get these games to the fans. And I know fans are getting to that level of, I'm done with the streaming. I'm done paying for this. I'm done paying for that. They keep nickel and diming all of us when it comes to the NFL. I hope they don't push it too far where they go away from what really made them the league that it is today, and that's having their games on over-the-air TV for free. So hopefully the NFL doesn't, ultimately, kill the golden goose, as they like to say, but hopefully the NFL realizes that their bread and butter is still on that free over-the-air TV, and they don't put everything behind a paywall,
It would be nice if it was a little bit less expensive, but I get it. People are going to pay it. Yeah. So you can't really blame them.
I mean, they obviously have studied the price points on all of this kind of stuff and figured out where people would go and what people would spend, when it comes to investing into the NFL. And look, I'm a sucker for all that. I've got all these apps and whatnot, always have. And, I've always kind of spent probably more than I should on TV and stuff. But I like the NFL. I want my games, and so I continue to do what I need to do to make sure that I am going to be someone who gets the opportunity to watch the games that I want to watch when I want to watch them. Another thing interesting happened yesterday, and we'll get into this more in one word, is that Tyron Matthew announced his retirement yesterday. And, Tyron Matthew is an unbelievable football player, I guess you could say now, an unbelievable football player as he announced his retirement. And I always said that Tyron Matthew was the perfect addition at the perfect time for the Kansas City Chiefs. We were coming off that situation where the team lost in bad fashion in overtime to the New England Patriots. We're coming off that season where the defense couldn't stop anybody, right? I mean, it was like, winning games 55-54. Go back to that Rams game on Monday Night Football. There was zero defense being played. And that was basically a picture of everything that occurred during the course of the season for the Chiefs that year, right? They'd have to win every game by a last-second touchdown, or they'd have to outscore their opponent all the time. And it just became one of those things where they weren't interested in doing it anymore, right? And we didn't know what was going on with Eric Berry. Every week he thought he would play, and then he wouldn't play. It was day-to-day, constantly day-to-day. And so that was the last year of Eric Berry. And so when that season ended, we all know what happened. They, got rid of everybody on the defensive side. They fired Bob Sutton. They brought in Steve Spagnuolo. But more importantly, they brought in Tyron Matthew. And he became immediately the leader of that defense. And when Tyron Matthew came here to Kansas City, what I thought was really one of the things, I should say, that was really special about Tyron here in Kansas City, if I'm not mistaken, I think he still lives here in Kansas City, the situation that he came into was not good, right? We know how bad that defense was. When Tyron came into Kansas City, he acted like he was part of that defense from the prior year and would channel it all the time. We have to be better than we were last year. We have to do things better than we did last year. And I'm like, this guy's talking like he was part of it. He accepted ownership right away into what needed to be done here in Kansas City to turn it around. And he was a player. Look, he burned hot. There's no question about that, right? Like, he burned hot. But for those 3 or 4 years that he was here in Kansas City, he was a big-time playmaker for this team and was the perfect person at the perfect time to be brought into Kansas City because he changed the attitude of that defense. He changed the way that people were thinking about that defense around the National Football League. He went from, the Chiefs having a defense that everybody could just push around to a defense that pushed back and slapped you in the face, right? They had no time for your nonsense. And Frank Clark was a big part of that as well. Those two guys together were the perfect complement here for that first era of this Patrick Mahomes era that we saw with that new defense. Frank Clark was fired up all the time. Tyron Matthew was fired up all the time. And their infectious attitudes and the way that they played trickled down to everybody else on that defense. And I think trickled down to the fans as well. We felt better about our defense when Tyron Matthew was out there. We felt great watching Ty go out there and play. And that's how good a football player he was. But he was an even better person off the field. And that's, from my experience with Tyron Matthew. And when he was here, I was part of the board for the Tyron Matthew Foundation. And we put on a great event, a celebrity waiter event in I guess it was like November of 2019. It was really like the last event before the pandemic hit, right? Where everybody was out. Everybody was having a good time. The entire team showed up. Mahomes was there. That's cool. Everybody was there for this, celebrity waiter event that Tyron Matthew put on. And he worked tirelessly to make a difference in this community. And it wasn't just stuff like that. I remember one time having the opportunity to be with Tyron, I think it was like the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, and we were at some church in the east side of Kansas City, and he was feeding people, man. And he was bringing them meals, and he was bringing them gifts. And then I had the opportunity to go to his Christmas, event one year. And he was bringing kids and families in, and we kind of vetted the families ahead of time of what they needed and gave them stuff that they needed. And some of the stuff that people needed, you see, and you went, oh, my God, I take that for granted, like laundry detergent, soap, things that are basic needs that people were not able to afford. And Tyron Matthew was writing checks and taking care of people for that. And that's the impact that I had with Tyron Matthew. And what I'll remember most about Tyron Matthew is seeing him take his ability to help and actually go out there and do it and really go out there and make a huge difference in the community. And that's something that he's done everywhere that he's been. He's been nothing but a great human being, and it was so awesome to have him here, part of this organization, and to be part of this team, because he was the guy, in my opinion, who was the catalyst for flipping that defense
100%.
around.
And for flipping this team around. I mean, it was just the defense, but they hadn't won until he joined, and he completely changed the culture, the attitude of this team. He gave them that swagger. I know Frank Clark was a part of that too, but Tyron Matthew, man, the way he talked and then backed it up, I loved him just being a fellow small dude, seeing a small guy not care, going up against those big guys, getting in the thick of it. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. He'll be in the College Football Hall of Fame. I think he'll be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame as well in Canton. He's a 3-time All-Pro. He led our team on defense. Multiple, I think 13 interceptions in about 50 games here as a Chief, 3-time Pro Bowler. He's a Hall of Famer, and what he did to this Chiefs defense cannot be undersold or talked about enough. I mean, he like you said, he was the catalyst. He was the reason that this defense was able to go from legitimately 31 or 32 in the league to top 10 in one season.
In one season, yeah, and he was a big reason for that. But you also look at the evolution of the safety position, Mac. I mean, you go from, let's just start with Eric Berry to Tyron Matthew to Justin Reed to now Jaden Hicks, right?
Heck yeah.
Like
That's awesome.
Those are big shoes for Hicks to fill
Seriously,
now, too.
man.
I mean, we're
And
not just
Daniel
talking.
Sorensen.
And Daniel Sorensen was saved the Browns game for you.
Yeah, 100%. And the Texans.
And the Texans game. Like,
yes.
Say what you want about Daniel Sorensen.
Yes.
Big reason why we won the Super Bowl, got to the Super Bowl. Daniel Sorensen was a big part of that, right?
100%.
And so, but I'm just mean like the lineage of that safety position. I mean, you go back to like Duron Cherry and guys like that too. I mean, the safety position, Lloyd Burris, like that position has always been pretty big here in Kansas City. And you go from Eric Berry, Tyron Matthew, Justin Reed, Jaden Hicks.
Jeez.
Like Hicks he's got big shoes to
Really
fill,
excited
right?
about him.
And it'll be good to see, what he can get done and if he can live up to that kind of lineage that's been here. And so I think he can. I mean, they drafted him for a reason. They replaced Justin Reed, with him for a reason. They believe that he could be the guy that can go out there and get it done. And so I think it's kind of cool to watch the progression of that. But I'll never forget those moments with Tyron. And they weren't that long ago, guys. I mean, like we're talking about 6 years ago.
Yeah.
5 years ago.
5 years ago.
Or so, I guess 2019, 19 season. He was 6 years
won the
ago.
Super Bowl in 2020. So
yeah. So 6 years ago, Tyron Matthew was brought in, and now he's already retiring. I mean, it happens. It happens in a blink of an eye. And he played 12 years, in the NFL. And then all of a sudden he's like, dude, I'm done. I'm out. And that was it. And he walked away. And I think a lot of people in New Orleans were probably surprised about Tyron Matthew, walking away yesterday, because that's what a lot of them said, that they were kind of surprised with Tyron Matthew walking away yesterday. But after a 12-year career, he's earned the retirement. Godspeed, my man. Keep doing you. Keep doing great things, whether it's in New Orleans, whether it's in Houston, whether it's in Arizona, whether it's here in Kansas City. Keep doing all those awesome things, and you will always be remembered as having a huge impact here on Kansas City.
One word.
First name is blank, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of three, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fescoe and Dusty.
All right, Mac, one word.
One word, Bobby, on a hump day. Here we go. We'll start with one word on the Royals last night.
Loss. There's really not much to say. Yeah, 0. I was going to use that as well. No runs scored yesterday. But I will say this. I thought it was fun watching Rich Hill pitch yesterday. I don't know what you thought about that. Dude's twice your age, right?
He's almost your age.
Yeah. I was watching like my contemporary out there.
Legitimately. Yes.
And
that was fun.
He was emotional, which was good.
Yep.
I like that. I was watching the Chicago broadcast last night, the Cubs broadcast of this, and they were talking a lot about Rich Hill because he made his major league debut, obviously, in 2005 with the Chicago Cubs. And so watching this guy on the mound yesterday reminds you of what, like, pitching can be. You can mix your pitches. You don't have to overpower people and things like that. I just thought it was fun watching him pitch yesterday. That's what I got out of it. Kind of joy watching this 45-year-old go out there, get mad at himself, obviously missed the zone a few times and whatnot.
Yeah.
But still, I'm like, I'm impressed, man. 45 years old, Eddie Harris in real life out there pitching on the mound.
He was legit good. I mean, he was great. Had good movement. I liked it. Felt like he was in control. Just the offense couldn't back him up. Over to the college ranks in football, all these conference meetings, conference powwows, or shindigs are being held. ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips says the athletes he's met appreciate being in college, going to class, and earning a degree. Quote, I haven't had one student athlete come up to me and say they want to be an employee. One word.
Obtuse. I mean, that's really out of touch is more than one word in that. Idiot, you don't know what you're talking about. That's the commissioner of the league realizing that his stranglehold on fleecing players and athletes for the last 50 years has officially come to an end. And he went out there yesterday and made some dumb statements. Like, this is the time of year for the dumbness to start coming out. These college media days, owners in the NFL like Jerry Jones and Mike Brown having conversations. Like, we're in the idiot season right now for some of these guys. Don't sit there and say players are coming up to you and saying they just want to get their degrees and be college students. They don't want to be employees. They'd like to be both. They'd like to get paid for generating money for your university.
Yeah, the hell, dude.
And in turn, take a degree. You know, you got to couple both of them in there. I guarantee you, if you talk to any college athlete right now, they want their cash. And I don't know if you saw what happened with Maryland's coach yesterday, Mike Loxley. Give this guy all the credit in the world. He goes, I failed, man. I couldn't figure out the locker room. I couldn't figure out who to pay. Do we pay the new guys? Do we pay the old guys? How do we keep peace in the locker room? And it happened like a lot of people told us it was going to happen. Resentment started to build in.
Yeah.
And then he lost the locker room because of the NIL type of stuff, he said. And so that's a message that college, I don't feel sorry for colleges. I hope everything that happens to them happens to them. Like, they've made their bed with all of this. Of course. I'm rooting for these universities to fail big time because they've had all this time to figure it out and they chose not to. They chose to be arrogant throughout this entire process. I hope it all does crumble around them and the student athlete gets everything because they're the ones who are the product.
Yeah, they're the revenue generators. Yeah, Jim, get used to it. One word on Big Ten commissioner. He wants a play-in game for the college football playoff.
More games that matter, sign me up. Awesome. I like it. I'm good with that. That's the one thing that sports has proven over since the pandemic. Give me games that matter. Major League Baseball is even talking about doing an in-season tournament now, similar to what the NBA does with the new collective bargaining agreement coming on. And then if you win that tournament, and I was having a conversation with somebody over the weekend, I said, if you win that tournament, then you get an automatic playoff berth. And if that's the case, an in-season tournament with baseball to give you an automatic playoff berth is going to generate more games that matter, more excitement. Anytime these leagues, whether it's college or the pros, can put together games that mean something for the fans, that's a good thing, man. We have shown, as fans, if the game matters, we'll be there. Doesn't matter what sport. Hockey played USA versus Canada. Nobody's a hockey fan, right? Everybody watched that game because it was a game that mattered. So the more of these that you can create and the more of these that you can give us, the better it is.
I'd say consistency. I'd love to know what I'm getting from college football, from just systematically year to year. It just feels like it changes. And I'll also say less sometimes is more. We've seen, March Madness, they're going to add more games. I don't know how much those games are going to get watched. I think it depends on the schools. As we saw last year in the play-in, Duke had a play-in, or was it Duke? North Carolina was in one of the play-in games. I think Baylor. There were some big schools, so people watched them. But
this is also football. We watch football. 72 of the top 100 shows last year were the NFL.
It's true.
I mean, and how many of those 72 games actually mattered, right? They're all regular season games.
Yeah, I don't know. A Texas Tech Boise State playing game. I just don't know if that's going to get
Oh, come on. On a Friday night, if that game's taking place, you're sitting down and you're watching that and you're geeking out.
Locked, cocked, and ready to rock.
It's a game that matters. This team wins, they go on to the next round. I'd be there.
That's fair. The Chargers facing a lawsuit right now. Some fans are pretty pissed off, and I honestly don't know if they are in the wrong here. A 14-page document arises from a very simple set of allegations. 1, the Chargers marketed season tickets based on a 9-game regular season slate of opponents, including the Chiefs. 2, the Chargers sent the Chiefs game to Brazil. And 3, the Chargers did not provide a refund to those season ticket holders. One word on this lawsuit.
Hysterical. I mean, this is chargering at its finest right here, right? All these people bought season tickets for the Chargers. They pushed the Chiefs as the team, and now they took the Chiefs game away from them. That's why I was surprised they moved that game, quite honestly, to Brazil. That's a money generator. But all games now in L.A. are money generators because all the opposing fans come into their stadium.
The tourist thing.
Yeah. So what it did for me was it said the Chargers are tired of playing 2 road games in Kansas City every year. So they kind of took the road game in Kansas City and moved it to Brazil. That's really their home game, And I still think Chiefs fans are probably going to dominate unless we're all broke now because we spent so much money traveling the last 5 years on games and whatnot. I can't imagine it being a partisan Charger crowd in Brazil. But I love the fact that the fans are suing. That's a premier game. You took the best game of the year and you farmed it out. And now and they didn't reduce the cost of season tickets either. That was the other thing. They're still charging them for 9 games.
Yep, still charging them for 9 games. And took away the one game that they advertised would be the selling point. Yeah, that is charging at its finest. It's been another debacle over there in Dallas as Jerry Jones yesterday came out basically criticizing paying Dak Prescott as much as he did because he missed games, and then was wrong about how many games he said Micah Parsons missed last year, and overall in his career has only missed, I think, 6 games?
Four games. He's missed 4 in 4 years.
4 in 4 years.
That's right.
Jerry Jones saying he missed 6 last season.
Yeah.
And then Micah Parsons yesterday at training camp, this is what he had to say.
Micah, how would you characterize how close you are to getting something done?
I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll just see how long things take, you know. That's it.
Are you discouraged by the fact that it's taken this long?
Honestly, yeah. When you go around the league and you see these other teams taking care of their best guys, I see TJ got taken care of. Max got taken care of. Miles got taken care of. And he got 2 years left on his deal, so it's hard to. You see a lot of people around the league getting taken care of. You just, wish you had something like, that same type of energy.
It's hard to not take it personally.
I wouldn't say it's hard not to take it personally when you know how there's a chain of events of something consistently happening over the course of years. When you kind of see it before through other players and things, so you don't take you don't take it personally when you're like, all right, it's not like I'm getting treated differently than anyone else, So I don't take it personally. I just don't understand.
Excellent is the word I will use for that, because Micah Parsons has had enough. You know, he's seen this go on. Other dudes are getting paid, and he's not. And look, I was listening to him, and we can all say, look, these guys are athletes. They make so much money. Everybody's a human being. Everybody wants to feel loved at the end of the day, right? Everybody wants to feel safe and secure in their job, no matter what it is, no matter how much money you make. You want to know that you are loved. And right now, Micah Parsons is looking around, and Jerry Jones is not going to pay him, and he says he's been injured a lot. And then he said something about, what if he got hit by a car? Like I've never heard owners like we saw yesterday or the day before in Mike Brown and Jerry Jones talk about not wanting to give guys guaranteed contracts because they could end up in jail or they could get hit by a car. Yet life happens, man. Like, things do happen over the course of time. And I promise you, if somebody gets hit by a car and they die, you're not going to pay them that contract. Crazy, if somebody goes to jail, they're no longer working, they're in jail, you're not paying them that contract. And these owners, Jerry Jones, Mike Brown, with these comments yesterday, the more out of touch they sound, the better it is for everybody else in the rest of the league, because guys aren't going to want to go to Dallas. They're not going to want to go to Cincinnati. They're going to be like, enough of this. And you've already got your best defensive player. Now your quarterback ticked off at you. What is that season going to be like down in Dallas? It has already started, and I love it. First day of training camp, and we already have drama in the NFL. Like, literally came out of the gates firing with
always.
Drama. It's so good. It reminds me of the NBA offseason, right? Immediately there's drama. And that's what we live for, right? We're not talking about games, but the NFL is driving the conversation right now because you have two out-of-touch owners that don't understand what they're doing to their teams, and they're watching it fall apart right in front of their face.
I love you can hear Trayvon Diggs in the audio there, but he's in the video just standing next to Micah Parsons when Micah starts talking about people who've gotten paid. You hear Trayvon Diggs, Miles, Max. Like, he's helping out his dude. I love that about Trayvon Diggs as well, just standing there right there with him thinking, this is BS, man. My guy's got to get paid. I love teammates standing up for teammates. One word on Ozzy Osbourne.
Upsetting.
Yeah.
Ozzy passing away yesterday, and one of those artists that we started the show with talking about, you may not have known that you knew Ozzy Osbourne, but you know Ozzy Osbourne.
Yep.
Transcends every single generation.
I was going to say
in
transcendent.
This country. Yeah.
Yep, that was it.
Every generation in this country, no matter if you're in your 80s or if you're 8, you know who Ozzy Osbourne is, because when you hear the song, you're like, oh, yeah, I know exactly who that is.
I know that.
I mean, the cheerleaders come out to Crazy Train, right? That at Arrowhead. Like, that's their big song. They come out to that. So everybody who's ever been to a sporting event or an arena or anything like that, they know who Ozzy Osbourne is. Coming up here on 96.5, The Fan, there was an interesting article yesterday written by Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? And we'll tell you what he says. I'll be back next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friend Dawn Sharp is so awesome at what she does in the real estate business. No matter what your situation is, she's going to help you solve it. And especially in today's real estate market, when you haven't moved in like over 2 decades, you're probably thinking to yourself, what do I do now? Well, Michael and Patricia had been living in their beautiful home in Parkwood Hills for over 25 years. And they were getting older. They realized they needed to downsize, but they were nervous. They haven't bought or sold a home in nearly 2 decades, and the market has changed drastically. That's when they decided to meet with the Sharp Homes team. The team immediately put Michael and Patricia at ease and developed a plan to help them find a suitable home before their listing of their current house. They worked tirelessly to find the perfect little ranch home where the couple could envision spending their retirement years. Now it was time to put their home on the market. They held 2 open houses, and by Sunday evening, there were multiple offers to choose from. Michael and Patricia ended up getting over the asking price, and they couldn't have done it without the Sharp's Home team. The Sharp Homes team can give you options as well. If you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold, contact them to discuss their instant offer program. Contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. And it's so easy to find them on Google. Just Google Sharp Homes team. That's Sharp Homes team. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and there's only one thing better than Surfside baseball, and that's Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka on the golf course. My game is struggling, but my drinking game is not. It is very successful. The golf game, everything's left, everything's right, everything's chunked, everything's missed, but nothing is missed when I have the Surfside cocktails in my hand, and you can enjoy them on the golf course when the weather is getting better. It's light, it's refreshing, and there's no better way to drink a cocktail than on the golf course when it's hot and you need that refreshing cocktail made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting those fairways, hopefully for me eventually, hopefully a lot for you, and cheers to Surfside, the original canned cocktail of the Kansas City Royals and Dusty Likens. Must be 21 years of age, and please drink responsibly.
Flooded bathroom? AC on the fritz? When things go wrong, you need reliable service fast. Call Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter and take $50 off any HVAC, plumbing, or electrical repair over $200. The pros at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to fix the problem. Over 40 years experience, more than 8,000 5-star reviews, plus our exceptional service guarantee means you can trust Hamilton to bring comfort and calm back to your home. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Don't miss the 5th largest arms show in America. The 54th annual National Summer Arms Show is coming to the KCI Expo Center. This weekend only. Buy, sell, and trade with freedom lovers from across the U.S. with no buyer's premium. Details online at nationalsummerarmshow.com.
The world's coming to Kansas City in 2026. Is your parking lot ready? Faded lines, potholes, unsafe sidewalks? Gann Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team. One contractor, all things parking lot. Visit GannAsphalt.com today.
Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free in or out of your vehicle. We can help you find the best battery for your vehicle and budget. O'Reilly Auto Parts has batteries starting at just $89.99. Get your battery tested for free today at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Pro Savings Days doorbuster deals are on at Lowe's. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members save an additional $120 on a GE 21.9 cubic foot top freezer refrigerator. Plus, members save $70 on a Bosch hammer drill, now only $99. Not a Pro Rewards member? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/23 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowes.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Lenexa 35 northbound heavy as you make your way towards 95th Street. Stays pretty slow up to 87th with an accident blocking the left lane. Things are slow on the Grandview Triangle, then 435 westbound off again on again heavy from there to the state line. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
All right, I want everybody to be sitting down for this because this is going to be one of those topics where you listen to it and you go, I can't believe what I just heard, right? Didn't you have that same kind of situation yesterday when I read this to you, right? It's
pretty jaw-dropping.
It really is, and it has to do with the amount of time we waste as human beings on stuff, right? And for whatever reason, Arnold, the former governor, the Terminator, has this newsletter that he has out called like Pump It Up with Arnold or something like that. It's just kind of healthy habits and exercises and things like that. And so I'm interested in that kind of stuff. I like to read and see what I could be doing better for my body and, as I get to be 50 years old. And one of the tips that he had about, kind of staying active and moving is stop wasting time and don't waste time on this resource. And what it is, it's screen time. Now, listen to this. This is why I want you to sit down, because this is one of these unbelievable things you'll be like, oh, my God. The average person spends over 2 hours every day on social media. They spend over 1 hour every day on streaming services. And we're talking about the screen time on your phones, not computers or anything like that. We're talking about your phone, your screen time on your phone. Over a week, that's 21 hours between social media and streaming. In a month, it's 90 hours. In a year, that's 1,095 hours. Do you know how many days that is? 45. At the end of the year, the average person has given 45 days to social media and streaming, and we're not even talking the extreme cases like my wife. The average person spends 730 hours a year on social media. That's 30 days, not 38-hour work days. That's 30 whole 24 hours a day. A month totally gone to the time that is spent on social media. Let's say you live to 80. That means 6.5 years of your life has gone to social media.
That is unhealthy. Wow.
Right.
That's crazy. Yeah, we've got to get that number down.
Right. And obviously, younger people should pay more attention.
Yes,
Gen
of
Z,
course.
you spend an average of 4 hours a day on social media, so you're giving up over a decade of your life.
Damn.
Millennials, you're at 3 hours, so you're giving up more than 8 years of your life on social media.
That is frightening.
Isn't that crazy when you see the numbers pop like that, right?
Is.
Like that's like saying, I don't know, so-and-so hit 400 in baseball. You're like, whoa, 5,000 yards passing. Oh, my goodness. Holy cow. I'm wasting my life on social media. And then I stumbled upon this article out of the New York Post, and it's called Flip Phone Summer. Gen Z vows to resurrect low tech before their brains turn to mush. And Gen Z, I believe that would be maybe your generation, maybe
I'm
not.
like a tweener.
You're like an alpha or something like that.
I'm right on the line.
Yeah.
I call myself a zillennial.
A millennial?
Yeah, there
okay.
you go.
Well, that's fine. Yeah. I mean, because I'm a tweener too. I'm not like Generation X or, you know, I'm like right in there's like a 3-year window. I forget what they call my generation from like 77 to 80 is, you know, where I'm in the wheelhouse of. And it's some kind of weird, you know, 3-year stint as well. So we're both kind of tweeners in that. But they say Gen Z is flipping the script and they're hanging up the addictive smartphones and they're going back to the 2000s era flip phones. They're calling it the flip phone summer. And they're, you know, obviously posting this kind of stuff on social media, I'm sure. But they're trying to get
with their smartphones.
Yeah, with their smartphones.
Which is funny.
But they're trying to find ways to, you know, disconnect from the World Wide Web and not constantly be at it. And foregoing their iPhone photo shoots, Gen Zers are virally all in favor of snapping pics on vintage digital and disposable cameras, insisting that a camera from 2007 gives off a certain vibe that something like an iPhone can't produce. The whippersnappers are too, preferring cassette tapes and vinyl records over music streaming platforms and Walkman headphones over the ultra-modern Bluetooth technology earbuds. And the vinyl thing is great because over this weekend I was listening to Guns N' Roses on vinyl. I mean, my God, what a difference it makes. I mean,
way better.
Just the beginning of the song sounded so much better than it does, you know, via your iPhone, digitally recorded, all condensed type of music. And so as we're starting to see, you know, some of this stuff start to come back a little bit, the Jay Southland Tow Service text line open for you. What else should we try to bring back? What else would be better to have? Because I remember it was a few months ago, and we were talking about getting rid of something. And you said, if you could get rid of one thing in life, what would it be? And I said, the smartphone. And you looked at me like I was nuts. I said, but that is the root of and cause of a lot of the evils in this country, from mental health situations to fighting with your friends to seeing things on Snapchat that, you know, tick you off and maybe you're interpreting things wrong. Like the smartphone really has been one of, you know, the downfalls of society because we just don't communicate anymore like we should. The face-to-face conversations that we need to have just don't take place as much anymore because everybody's behind a screen, behind a phone. And a lot of times you'll say things to your smartphone or you'll type things to your smartphone that you would never say to somebody's face. And you'll never have that conversation with them face-to-face. And so that's why I think the smartphone has been one of the worst things that we could have ever invented. Yeah, it helps with a lot of stuff. Boarding passes at the airport, making reservations. Like there's a lot of good.
Yeah, of course.
There's a lot of good from that, right? There's absolutely a lot of good that can come to it. But there's also a lot of that bad. And the bad a lot of times outweighs the good
100%.
that these smartphones can do. So after seeing all of those numbers, are you going to put the phone down even more? Because you looked at your screen time yesterday, you're averaging 6.5 hours a day.
Well, yeah, which is ridiculous because after the show I had 3 hours of screen time. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's just me being on Google Docs. So some of that stuff you got to kind of read in between the lines. There's no doubt. So I don't know how accurate that is. But yeah, man, I've always, yes, I know I use my phone too much. Absolutely. And I don't like it. And there was something interesting in that New York Post article that resonated with me. One of those Gen Z people was like, I feel like I'm not living my life. I'm watching other people live theirs.
It's true. Yeah.
And that's so true. You just sit there in your room and you're watching all these other people do stuff and you just kind of start to feel like less of a person, helpless, like you don't have a meaning, like who are you? And it's like, dude, go out there and do something. The YOLO, you only live once thing, I don't like because I think you only die once. You live every day, so you've got to choose to live, man. And so if you're on your phone for 6 hours of that day, man, you didn't live. You know, that's what it is.
You really didn't, because if you're on your phone for 6 hours and then you slept for, let's say, 8.
Right there, dude.
What did you do with the rest of the, and then by the time you shower and take a dump, you're down to 5 hours. You know, I mean, really, like what have you done with your day? Like, where's the time gone? And I think it's all something that we can, you know, kind of put into perspective a little bit and say, stop wasting this time. And who cares what somebody posted on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter or Twitch or, you know, Snapchat or anything like that? Like a lot of that stuff too is more of those, look at me, I'm better than you, or at least I'm trying to feel like I'm better than you. So I'm going to put up all these pictures of me doing things that you're not doing.
I'm more in shape. I'm wealthier. I'm all these things. And you're like, yeah, are they? You'd probably not.
Are they happy?
No, yeah, probably not. But it's making you not happy either. It's a net negative. This is a good text from the 936. Paper routes. The nostalgia of getting it every morning. Plus, it requires us to slow down to read in the mornings compared to only absorbing the flashy propaganda online.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I ever actually, I wasn't old enough to, but I remember Dad getting the paper, my brother's reading the paper. I remember reading the comics in the paper. So that was a part of the morning and sitting around the breakfast table that is not a thing anymore. Now we're sitting around the breakfast table on our phones.
Yeah, or the dinner table. I mean, how many people actually sit down? And I know there will be some people that say, hey, we do this every night and more power to you. I wish we could, where everybody just put their phone away, or everybody was on the same schedule, because as kids get older and life moves on, you're eating dinner at all sorts of different times because everybody's doing different things, and it's, you're lucky to have 5 minutes with somebody, during the school year especially. So I just thought, reading that from Arnold, I was like, my God, I mean,
crazy.
Yeah, it is wild. And then so open your phone, look at your screen time, and see how much time you're spending on different apps, because it will break it down for you. It'll say messaging, social media, all that kind of stuff. And if the social media is low, for me it is, because I just have X, so I don't have anything else. But, you see your messaging, how many times you're talking to people, or how many hours you're on the Google Doc, or whatever the case may be. But I mean, it's crazy to think of how much time we waste just looking at that damn screen when we could be doing other things and better things, quite honestly. Coming up, Mack's burning Chiefs question is next.
Hey, it's Matt Quatro, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5, The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and there's only one thing better than Surfside baseball, and that's Surfside iced teas and lemonades plus vodka on the golf course. My game is struggling, but my drinking game is not. It is very successful. The golf game, everything's left, everything's right, everything's chunked, everything's missed, but nothing is missed when I have the Surfside cocktails in my hand, and you can enjoy them on the golf course when the weather is getting better. It's light, it's refreshing, and there's no better way to drink a cocktail than on the golf course when it's hot and you need that refreshing cocktail made with real vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Cheers to hitting those fairways, hopefully for me eventually, hopefully a lot for you, and cheers to Surfside, the original canned cocktail of the Kansas City Royals and Dusty Likens. Must be 21 years of age, and please drink responsibly.
I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week, I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
98 years. That's how long Overhead Door Company of Kansas City has been repairing and replacing garage doors. Locally owned and operated since 1927. Headquartered in Olathe. Always look for the iconic red ribbon of the genuine, the original Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. For same-day repair service 24/7, call Overhead Door Company of Kansas City, 816-221-0072, or schedule online at ohdkc.com.
And Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Guys, I know you've been constantly feeling tired. You can't focus. You can't get the energy to get off the couch. That's not living. It affects all aspects of your life, your relationships, your jobs. I mean, you have kids. Is this how you want them to see you? It doesn't have to be this way. Now picture this. Get your life back with testosterone therapy by Lowe T Center. The test is free, but time is running out. There's never been a better time to find out your T level. Just visit Lowe T Center to take the test. It's fast. Results are available in about 15 minutes. Right now, the test is still free, but time is running out. Get in now before you miss your chance. Most major insurance is accepted, so treatment costs are minimal. Taking control of your health is now easier than ever, so what are you waiting for? Taking this simple test could be the first step to taking back your life, and think about how much happier those around you will be when you're the best version of yourself. Book an appointment at fixmylowt.com. Fixmylowt.com.
Chiefs coverage brought to you by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
Who is the area's only dealer for Fronius professional welding equipment? Metal by the Foot, located in KC and Topeka. Online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law.
How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, 35 northbound slows the merge to 69 highway, stays off again, on again heavy up towards Mission. Southbound 35 a little sluggish from 18th Street Expressway down towards Shawnee Mission Parkway. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Cody and Gold, live from St. Joe at Chiefs training camp all summer long with exclusive access and interviews with the reigning AFC champions. Right here on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. KFNZ FM and AM HD1 and HD2, Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Are you secretly a hair metal band fan?
I loved it. Yes, absolutely, dude. All this classic rock stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I got the opportunity to host a classic rock show for about a year and a half.
Tell me more.
To a
tell
lot of
me
this.
more. Tell me more. Like, did you host a show?
104.1 The Eagle, flying high with Wyoming's classics on 104.1. Yeah, that whole thing.
Did you change your voice like that when you did it,
dude,
too?
I was fresh out of college, so I was just like 104.1. Yeah, trying to do the whole radio thing, not being myself. Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But in turn, got to listen to a lot of this music.
Yeah. That's how it was for me in my first job with country music. Country music was not my thing, obviously. And then I went to Seguin, Texas, and the radio was country music. And it was the late 90s, so it was all the 90s country.
Oh,
and
the best country.
It really was.
That was the best country.
I'm glad you said that, not old man over here in the corner. My country music was better than your country music.
It was emotional, and it was awesome, and musically it was great, and you had so many different kinds. Yeah, 90s country, man, that's where it's at.
Whose bed have your boots been under? You know, that's a good song, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it really was good music back then.
Oh, for
it
sure.
Really was,
yes.
you know? Not to take away that something isn't good today or anything like
still
that.
some good stuff,
But
for
you were raised in your career to this music. I was raised. You always kind of remember your first.
Yeah,
you know,
100%.
Where you kind of got started and what you did. So, who was your favorite hair band of all time?
It's a good
Or
question.
Rock.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I mean, if I just had to go rock band and not hair band, I'd do like Boston.
Well, I think they're considered a hair
You consider
band.
a hair band?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think any 70s, 80s.
Any 70s? Okay, yeah. Then probably Boston.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Why? Is it more than a feeling for you, or is it you just like them?
His voice,
You know somebody named
the
Amanda?
guitars. I love the song "Smokin'." Yeah, I would say. Yeah, I don't know why. Journey's great.
I told you the Journey story, right? When we were in Detroit, what the beer vendor said to me.
No.
Oh, I didn't?
I don't think so.
Okay, so they're playing, you know, the just a small town girl.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Living in a lonely world. and the whole stadium singing, right? Screaming this song, right?
Of course.
Took the midnight train going anywhere. Beard vendor stops. And I was buying I think a water or something from him. It was Saturday afternoon. It was hot.
Oh yeah.
And he goes, God, I hate this song. He goes, these people here. He he goes, these people think this is an anthem for Detroit. And he goes, the song literally says, take a midnight train going anywhere. They're literally going to get on a train going anywhere but here. And these people think this is an anthem for the city.
It's for them.
It's for them. And I'm like, oh my God, I never thought of it like that.
That's amazing.
Right? Isn't it? When you think about that, living in a lonely world.
Yeah, Detroit's like, yeah. It's like, no. He wants to get out.
Yeah. Take a midnight train going anywhere. Like
816 says Boston and Journey are not hair bands. You fools.
Okay. Call me a fool. I don't have time for that. I really don't, Jesus.
Oh, I knew someone would get mad about it. That's not a hairband. Okay.
Okay, fine.
Okay, sorry.
Define a hairband, bro.
I know. I was like,
who the hell cares?
Yeah.
Like Rat, is that a hairband? Poison, White Snake.
Poison's a good one. Yeah, Motley Crue is one I'm seeing. That would be one of my top ones for sure as well.
Guns N' Roses.
Yep.
They not considered a hairband. Def Leppard.
Bon Jovi.
When was the last time Hannah poured sugar on you? I just want to win, Jen. Yeah, Bon Jovi, that's considered like,
You're considering that? Yeah.
I mean, why do we not consider Boston and Journey hair bands? That generation of music, that people just kind of love it. As we were talking about earlier with Ozzy passing away and whatnot, a lot of those songs are transcendent as well, too. Like, Journey, Small Town Girl, man, living in a lonely world. That comes on at any bar, any game, like everybody's singing. Everybody knows that song. And that's why when Ozzy passed away yesterday, I was kind of thinking to myself, damn, like everybody knows him. Like if I went to my kids and I said Ozzy Osbourne died, they look at me and go, I don't know who that is. But if I played Crazy Train, they'd be like, oh, that guy. Yeah, I know who that is. I know that song. Yeah. I've heard that song my whole life.
Love that song.
Yeah, I love that song. So we'll get into more of that coming up in a little bit later on. I want to run something by you before we get to our I go with the question. I'll run this by you later. No, that's fine.
Didn't know where you were going.
No. Go with your question.
Okay. Just a few minutes. 44 days. Speaking of a few minutes, just a few days, we are ramping up, baby. Training camp has started. They are in St. Joe, day number 2 today. We'll see who the starters are. Maybe Josh Simmons starting for a second straight day at left tackle. Which position group other than that offensive line? Because I think that would just take the main portion of the answers. Which position group are you most concerned with? I don't want to say worried, but just concerned with or interested in how it works out, maybe. 913-586-7965.
I thought about this for a while, and I love that you removed the offensive line because it's the same as other than Patrick Mahomes, who's the best quarterback in the NFL, right? You've got to remove what the big answer is that everybody is going to kind of, glam onto. And I thought about this for a while. I think I know what the fans' answer is going to be, but for me, I think it's defensive line. And I don't know where you are on that. But I think the defensive line is a very intriguing position. A couple of new drafted players in there. You got the continued growth of FAU. You've got a full season with Charles Omenihu. You've got the newly minted George Karlaftis. And, of course, you always have Chris Jones on the defensive line. Last name I mentioned on there because he's the one you know. You know what you're going to get out of Chris Jones, right? You know he's going to be there, and he's going to be ready to go. You kind of know what you're going to get out of George. You kind of know what you're going to get out of, Omenihu. The rest of the crew, you just don't know. And I think that's fun. It's okay, to have a position group that we're not so sure about, but they spent a lot of effort and resources into fixing that. They also have Jerry Tillery on their defensive line, which I completely forgot about, that he's on their
first-round pick, I believe.
Well, but I picture Jerry Tillery, first of all, as old because I feel like he's been around forever. But I don't know that he has been around as long as I think he's been around. And I just picture him as like a big dude in the middle that's going to plug up a lot of offensive linemen and holes, and it's going to allow like Chris Jones and these other dudes to get after it a little bit. But I'm really intrigued with the defensive line. A lot of new faces, a lot of new dudes on that defensive line. And so I think that's the position, other than the offensive line, that I think is the most intriguing going into training camp. What about you?
6'6", 300 pounds, Jerry Tillery. That's a big man. 28 years old. I'll go. I could choose so many, but I have to just choose one. I'm going to go running back.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because I just feel like we're all kind of slotted in. Oh, okay, Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, and we'll see what else happens. Brashard Smith could be really fun. And it's just like, okay, well, they gave more guaranteed money to Elijah Mitchell than they did Kareem Hunt. And no one's talking about Elijah Mitchell. And Isaiah Pacheco, all the
Everybody's talking about like Elijah Mitchell's going to get cut.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, they gave him $2.5 million.
I don't think he's getting cut.
No, and he was good in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan. So I just think there's a chance, like, who knows, maybe we're in week 5 or week 6. I think Pacheco probably starts the year as that RB1, but I just think there's a good chance, man, we're a month and a half into the season, and the rotation's a little bit shaken up. If it's Elijah Mitchell or Kareem Hunt, or who knows, dude, maybe the 6th-round pick, or I believe, 6th-round pick, Brashard Smith, maybe he's just out of SMU. Maybe he's just a firecracker. He's going to return punts, and who knows, maybe he has some explosion and some pop that this backfield hasn't had in a couple years.
Yeah, and I also think that you said running back. I thought everybody would kind of lean towards wide receiver this year, like a position group to watch, because while we do have stability, we don't have stability because of the Rice suspension. We don't know how long that's going to last, and you know, and all that kind of stuff. And I think once that all gets cleared up and we know it's like a 2-game, 3-game suspension or something like that, then we can all take a deep breath and kind of settle in. Because I do think there's folks out there who believe like this is going to be some long suspension. I don't think that it is.
When you say long, what do you?
Well, long is 6 or more games to me.
Oh gosh, that'd be a long time.
I think so.
Yeah, 4 kind of feels like the max to me.
I think they offer him a 4, they appeal it, and it gets down to 2 or 3, maybe.
I could definitely see that.
That's kind of where I feel.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just reading what we've seen in the past. I don't have any information.
Same.
And neither does the team, because I've asked. How long? I don't know. You know, you get the, hell do I know? You know? So we got to wait for the NFL to kind of do their thing and levy that suspension. But I don't think it's going to be one. You mentioned the October 1st date about an hour ago and who we want to see, you know, at the top of their level by October 1st, whether it be Josh Simmons or whether it be Rashee Rice. I think by October 1st, Rashee Rice should be back and ready to go. I think maybe he misses the month of September, and then we're on.
And then it's going. And that's exactly what you'd rather have him miss that September month rather than that December month, right?
Sure,
you want the suspension at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know, will we find that out, I guess, a month? Is it 2 weeks?
I would imagine they rule pretty quickly on this. I mean, we're getting to the start of the season. I say pretty quickly, probably by the time the season starts. You know?
I mean, we're 2 weeks away from a Chiefs preseason game.
Yeah,
I believe.
we're 8 days away from the first preseason game of the NFL season, the Hall of Fame game.
Yes.
So a lot on the minds of the NFL. They're working this ESPN deal. They got some things to take care of before they can get to the discipline. So once the ESPN deal gets taken care of,
then they'll worry about it. Okay,
then we're on to kind of whatever the next is. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, how would you answer this question that was asked to an NFL GM? And is it a fair question? We'll discuss next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Looks like it's jewelry sales season again. Yep, that time when jewelry stores come out of the woodwork with so-called once-a-year savings of 20, 30, even 50% off. Question, doesn't that mean then that their prices are normally 20, 30, even 50% higher than they should be? Hi, this is Gene at House of Diamonds. We don't play those games. Our prices every day are like other stores' so-called sale prices. We buy our diamonds direct from the cutters, choose only the best 5% in each grade, and pass the savings on to you. Nearly all the jewelry we sell is designed and crafted right here in our shop. No big-name designer markups here. And our diamond jewelry comes with a double lifetime guarantee and more free Diamond Club services than I can list. So the next time you hear about a big jewelry sale, thank them for letting you know how much extra they normally charge, and then come see us at House of Diamonds. House of Diamonds on the southeast corner of College and Quivira.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on home and auto insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your house sitter has the new code first, before leaving for vacation.
System lockout.
But that's the code!
Contacting authorities.
I'm out of here.
Whoa, seriously, the car too?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a home and auto bundle that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hear that? That's the sound of a perfect weekend. But you've got weeds. Thankfully, you've also got a secret weapon. Spruce. The new, hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in 1 day. So you can get back to doing what you love. Try Spruce. Wherever weed killers are sold.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
There is only one National Summer Arms Show, and it returns to Kansas City this weekend only. Bigger than ever. Buy, sell, and trade with freedom lovers from coast to coast and border to border. All gathering at the KCI Expo Center for one incredible weekend. Discover vintage rifles and handguns, modern arms, and collectible militaria. From Civil War artifacts to today's tactical gear, there's something for everyone. Stock up on ammo, brass, reloading gear, and military surplus. Explore blades from everyday carry to high-end collectibles. Visit the Colt Collectors, the High Standard Collectors, and the returning Marlin Firearms Collectors. There's no buyer's premium, just $15 a day or $20 for a weekend pass. Kids 15 and under are free with an adult admission. The 54th Annual National Summer Arms Show, this Saturday, July 26th from 9 to 5 and Sunday 9 to 3. It's the Midwest's highest caliber event and the 5th largest arms show in America. Details online at nationalsummerarmsshow.com. That's nationalsummerarmsshow.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
35 northbound on the Kansas side, heavy in Olathe, approaching 119th Street, and then it picks up and moves better. Bogs down as you make your way past Shawnee Mission Parkway, heavy up to 635 with an accident on the shoulder. Island Car, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
He's the only man in history to win a race in a hot dog costume and break the news that Chris Jones is back with the Chiefs.
I'll get on that, Coach.
Yeah, all right.
Here's Nate Taylor from The Athletic.
Well, we're going to talk to Nate Taylor of ESPN, the newly minted Nate Taylor of ESPN, in a couple of moments here as he is heading up to Chiefs training camp to get the boys in red started for the start of a new season up in St. Joe. So we'll talk to Nate Taylor coming up. And now, is Nate on the line? Hey, we got the phones working. Nate, how are you, my friend?
Good. I'm doing quite well. How are you, fellas?
Well, we're doing all right. We had Tammy Reed on yesterday talking a little bit about the Westport Historical Society that they're putting together a raffle to refurbish the 1855 Harris Kearney house. And I couldn't figure out how to get the phone working. And she said to me, she says, do you want to come down and help? Are you handy? I said, Tammy, I couldn't figure out how to get the phone on. How am I going to come down there and be of any help in this house, you know?
Oh, man, that is perfect. That does sound quite like Tammy to be like, well, if you can't do this, don't you help me right now?
Exactly. And if you want to help Tammy and them raise money for the Westport Historical Society, you can go to westporthistoricalkc.org/raffle. They're auctioning off for $25. Listen to this. An opportunity to go to the Chiefs-Ravens game, field passes, an autographed football for Andy Reid, and a parking pass. So you got to enter that, right?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you have to enter if you're any serious Chief fan who's going to be available, the weekend of that game. Wow, what a deal.
Yeah, hell of a deal. For $25, 5 for $100 gets you in. So go to westporthistoricalkc.org/raffle. Let me ask you this. Is Simmons the winner of the raffle for left tackle? Are we ready to go with him as our starting left tackle?
It's a fascinating topic because I think there's now legitimacy to the idea that we've talked about Josh Simmons really since the night of the draft. It's, I'm shocked. I'll be honest. The odds of this happening are extremely low, but he was a full participant yesterday. He's coming back obviously from the knee injury in October. So, he's had almost a year of full rehab, full recovery. But because of Jawan Taylor's injury at right tackle, and it's a minor knee injury, I'm sure he's doing the sensible veteran thing. Hey, I know the playbook. I've been here. I'm essentially on a, last year of my contract.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to allow Josh Simmons to get just about every rep possible, especially early on into camp. And who knows, maybe even when the pads come on as early as Sunday. This is a real camp battle now, right? I mean, last year, we were sort of told, hey, it's going to be, a battle between Wanya Morris and Kingsley Suamataia, and it really wasn't because Wanya wasn't really necessarily the player they had chosen for that position. Well, now they have real competition with Jalen Moore, who's obviously started yesterday at right tackle, just to kind of fill in for Jawan Taylor. But how much Josh Simmons progresses from yesterday for the next month will really be intriguing because we all know he has the just athletic ability and the talent to be a high-level NFL left tackle. But doing it this soon, this quickly, after most teams were scared off because of the injury, I just think the Chiefs have to be thrilled with this progress so far. And if you can continue it, then you have a camp battle that you can actually watch day after day for the next month.
All right, Nate, let me ask you how your perception of Simmons has changed from when they announced his name on draft night to where we are today. How has your kind of mind changed and view of Simmons in that position changed?
So I think I've said this before, but just to remind people, Josh Simmons would have been a top, 7, 8, 9, 10 draft pick if he was fully healthy, if he had no issues with, the knee. And so once it got to the 20s on draft night, it became very clear to me that oh my God, the Chiefs are going to do it again. They're going to figure out a way to fill their biggest draft need on night one because now we've entered the teams that have made the playoffs. And if you usually make the playoffs, gentlemen, you kind of have a left tackle, you kind of have a quarterback.
Yeah.
You're sort of filling around the edges. Well, at that point, it's okay, if the Houston Texans aren't taking Josh Simmons, then he's going to fall to the Chiefs. So my perception was this is a godsend for the team because this so rarely happens that you get this talented of a player despite his injury, at the 32nd pick. Now my perception is, okay, how long can they hold him off, essentially, right? How long can Jalen Moore say, hey, give me the first 3 to 4 games, let me show you what I can do, and if the rookie continues to, just progress at this rapid rate, then okay, I understand, maybe you put Jalen Moore at left guard just because you're paying him a lot more money than Kingsley Suamataia, and obviously, Jalen Moore's been a more solid player, in his 4-year career versus what we saw last year out of Kingsley. So there's a domino effect to all of this, fellas, and at the same time, I'm just okay, I'm ready to admit that this is legitimate, that I thought it was more sound to tell Joshua Simmons, hey, be prepared to learn everything, keep continuing to be, have a great work ethic with the rehab. But look, this is essentially a redshirt year, and you were so talented, we had to take you. And so look to the future, look to 2026. Now that's kind of out of the window. And so again, if there are no issues in training camp, ooh, buddy, it's going to be hard to keep him off the field.
So, yeah, talking to Nate Taylor of ESPN here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. So could the battle, Nate, then be, if Josh Simmons really is ahead of schedule and persists to be that one at LT, could the battle really be on the right side of the line between Jalen Moore and Jawan Taylor?
You could make that argument. Now, I would still give the upper hand to Jawan Taylor because Jawan Taylor is a very, very good right tackle. I know people are, perturbed about the idea of him, having the false stars and the alignment issues and, maybe, gaming the system to get an extra half second against the pass rushers. But when the play actually starts, Jawan Taylor's pretty good, comparable to, like, the average right tackle. So it would be tough to move Jalen Moore from, projected left tackle who's learned under Trent Williams to all of a sudden have him go to right tackle. But I understand why the question's being asked is because, again, Josh Simmons gives you more possibilities than you could have imagined, when it was the start of the draft. I mean, it's just, again, it's kind of shocking that if the Chiefs offense gets on track, if they become, as I like to say, if they become a spaceship again, where it's, they're flying at warp speed and it's fun and it's, trick plays here and there and deep passes. A lot of that will be based on the fact that Josh Simmons is around, that you have more flexibility on the offensive line, especially at the edges, than you had at any point last season. So I would still give the upper hand to Jawan Taylor, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that you can say, hey, if Jawan needs more time with the knee injury, or if it's like a lingering thing and you just want to see what it looks like with Jalen Moore, well, you have that opportunity. And, as long as it goes, relatively well, this will have been one of the more shrewd offseason moves where not only did you just sort of try to solve your biggest issue, you doubled down on it, and your double dipping actually may be to the benefit of your superstar quarterback.
Yeah, I'm glad, Nate, you said that about Jawan Taylor because Mack and I are like two old men yelling at clouds when it comes to Jawan Taylor. In fact, we actually said the exact same thing as you did, just a second ago yesterday. We said once the play starts, he's really good. It's just keeping him on the line of scrimmage. Like he is so severely underappreciated because Chris Collinsworth tried to expose him 2 years ago.
It's so true. We've never seen a former, let me just remind people, we've never seen before, this was 2 years ago, a former NFL wide receiver literally eye-keyed a right tackle, not a left tackle for a right-handed quarterback. No, the right tackle, just because it's like, well, hey, I mean, Aiden Hutchinson can't get an extra second. Dude, I didn't think you were a referee. You're a former player. How can you do this?
Right.
So it was fascinating for a time, but it really set a precedent. And, I don't know if the league was in, Chris Collinsworth's ears saying like, hey, this has happened, or if the Detroit Lions are like, hey, we need any little advantage we can get on opening night, even though the Chiefs don't have Chris Jones, they don't have Travis Kelce for, unusual circumstances. Jawan Taylor is still a very much above average right tackle when he's fully healthy, when he's playing sound in the offense of the system. I want to remind people of this too. Jawan Taylor played excellent in the Super Bowl 2 years ago. Excellent.
Yep.
And that was against a very good 49ers, pass rush, which allowed Mahomes obviously to be heroic in the fourth quarter and overtime.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, like I think Jawan Taylor, he's going to go down in that kind of Daniel Sorensen category of the underappreciated player, for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, it's honestly fair. Now, Daniel Sorensen had a longer tenure, we assume, just because the way the contract looks for Jawan Taylor, this will likely be his last year unless he, again, plays amazing and they somehow find a way to restructure. But yeah, just a guy that that there are, he's clearly got a flaw or two. But was part of the dynastic run, was part of the reason that you were successful. It's not every day that you just take somebody from the Jacksonville Jaguars and they can help you win a Super Bowl, can help you get to another Super Bowl. And so, hey, for Jawan, he's a veteran and wise enough to know, hey, I've been through an Andy Reid training camp. I need my knee right for the preseason, for obviously opening night against the Chargers. Hey, Jalen Moore has not gone through this before. Neither has Josh Simmons. Let them dudes have these opportunities, and let me continue to get treatment. Let me continue to just sort of get some mental reps here and there. Be a voice in the meeting rooms with the offensive line. But, Jawan Taylor season really don't start till, August 15th or something.
He's smart, man. If you're a veteran guy and you can pull that off, by all means, go ahead and do that. All right, before we let you get out of here, what other position battles are you kind of looking at right now on this field? Everybody's focused on the tackle and the offensive line. What else, Nate?
So the other thing that jumps out to me is that cornerback, because remember, guys, part of this is because Christian Fulton has his own knee injury that appears to be a little bit more significant than Jawan Taylor's. So, again, who knows how long Christian Fulton, really the first defensive acquisition in free agency, how long he's going to be, out of training camp. Now, that throws a monkey wrench because he was supposed to be starting on the outside along with Jalen Moore so that Trent McDuffie could slide to the inside to be a nickel. Well, that didn't happen yesterday, kids. They still had Shamari Connor at nickel. And I think Noah Williams, the fourth-round draft pick from California, he is now in the battle with not only Watson and Joshua Williams, but honestly, can we see, how versatile can Noah Williams be for Steve Spagnuolo to where you can put Shamari Connor back to his natural position, I believe, which is safety. You don't need him covering quick, speedy receivers in the middle of the field, at the line of scrimmage, basically, when Trent McDuffie is, right there. So what happens with the quarterback rotation, I think, is an interesting position battle because you can track that between now when the pads come on preseason. It's pretty easy to evaluate cornerbacks compared to linebackers when they can't hit or tackle you, or Leo, they're telling Leo Chenal yesterday, hey man, please be nice. That's Rashee Rice. That's our number one receiver. Don't kill him.
Yeah. Don't go out there and make it like last season where we didn't have Rashee Rice all year.
Right. Yeah. I mean, hey, I know you're excited. It's day one of training camp. Listen, buddy, it's a long month. Just touch him up real nice. Let him be on his way.
Yeah. Well, you be on your way. You drive safe up to training camp, get good information. It'll appear on ESPN. Congratulations on the new job as well.
Congrats, man.
Very excited for you.
Thank you.
Couldn't have happened to a better human being, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. You're one of the top of the class, my man. I'm excited for you.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Mac. It's a pleasure as always, gentlemen. And look, you guys stay cool for me, right? Just stay inside because I'm going to be sweating momentarily.
Yeah, we'll try our best, and you get some water in you, all right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, that's Nate Taylor of ESPN with us here on 96.5 The Fan, our Chiefs insider. Always good to catch up with Nate, and I do mean that. He's one of the greats of all time. So you were scouring the interwebs yesterday, as they like to call them in the Gen Z vernacular. They're trying to get away from the internet right now. And Mike Borgonzi, who used to be here in Kansas City, has his new, I guess you could call it a dream job, being the GM of an NFL team. I don't know that many people dream to be the GM of the Texans or the Titans, but he's the GM of the Tennessee Titans and was asked this question yesterday.
Last three questions right here, guys.
Simple question. The team you put on the field tomorrow, can that team win the Super Bowl?
Listen, that's always the goal every year. Yeah. We also realize we have a lot of work to do on this roster.
Last two. Go.
That's it, right then and there. Is this team good enough that you're going to put out there tomorrow to win the Super Bowl? You asked if that was a fair question. Absolutely a fair question.
You think it's a fair question?
Absolutely, it's a fair question. Yeah,
I kind of think
that's what fans want. It's what fans want to know going into a season. Are we going to have an opportunity to win the Super Bowl? Is this team going to be good enough? And Borgonzi, I thought, answered it brilliantly. That's our goal, but we know that there's improvements. I mean, what he really could have said, he goes, I wouldn't be sitting here if this roster was ready to win the Super Bowl,
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't have made a change at the general manager position if that roster was ready to win the Super Bowl. But I kind of like that question because I like to know how you're going to answer that question because a lot of people would say, yeah, we're ready to win the Super Bowl when you're clearly not. I don't think the Titans are ready to win the Super Bowl by any stretch of the means. We don't even know who their quarterback is going into the season. But I think it's kind of an insight into,
Well, we know now.
We do, but we don't know how good he's going to.
There we go.
We don't know who our quarterback is, how our quarterback is going to produce.
Yes.
We know nothing about Cam Ward. Literally nothing about the number one overall draft pick, right? And so I like that question, just kind of see where their heads are and how they answer that question. If he would have said, no, we're not ready to win the Super Bowl, everybody would have been talking about it, right? The Titans aren't ready to win the Super Bowl.
But he would have been honest. And honestly, I tweeted at this video yesterday, Mac J. Maury 25 on X, subtle plug, that every GM's answer should be no. No one's ready to win the Super Bowl in July. And you shouldn't be because you've got a long road to hoe. You got to get ready for the Super Bowl in February. So it's not all about the talent. It's about being a team and getting everyone together. I just thought the question was major bait. I thought it was in bad faith. I just thought it was.
Do you hate the person who asked the question? Be honest.
I actually think I do know that person, and I don't know if I want to confirm if it is that person. But
if it's the person you think it is, do you like that person?
No.
Okay, there you go.
But I still thought it. But that person would ask a question like that because it gets clicked, and it's just what are we really asking here? What's the point of this question? I just think no one's ready to win the Super Bowl right now, and certainly not the Titans. He knows, the guy who asked that question knows this team's not going to win the Super Bowl, and they're not ready to win the Super Bowl, and they're not talented enough. I thought Mike Borgonzi answered it correctly.
I love the answer.
I think you're right. I was okay with that answer. I think another answer could have been no one's ready to win it right now. The guy to the left of him,
who was the other guy up there?
I don't know. He's like sniffling, laughing kind of thing, smirking and stuff. I think probably got to rein that in a bit because you kind of see from his reaction, he's kind of like, I mean, no. You know what I mean? His face is like, no, dude, what the hell?
Yeah, but I think the answer really should have been, hey, man, I wouldn't be sitting here right now in my first year as a GM job if this roster was ready to win the Super Bowl. We know we've got areas of which to improve. Our coaches are going to coach these guys up to the best of their ability. We got a new quarterback in here. But, no, I mean, if we were ready to win the Super Bowl, I'd still be in Kansas City watching Patrick Mahomes.
Exactly. Yeah, which brings us to our Super Bowl favorite list. And it just came out. Baltimore Ravens. New Super Bowl favorites, plus 650 to win the bowl.
Yeah, plus 650 for the Baltimore Ravens. I wouldn't pick them as the Super Bowl, favorites this year. I mean, to me, obviously, you know where I would pick.
Of course.
The Kansas City Chiefs, but I know how betting works. You want to get money on both sides, right? You want a 50-50 split, basically, if you're the books. And so you've got the Chiefs at 8-1, right behind the Eagles and Bills at 7-1 to go out there and win the Super Bowl, and then the Lions are fifth at 9-1.
And I do not like that.
You don't like what?
The Lions. I think I would stay away from that bet. I'm off the Lions officially, I think.
You are?
I think I'm officially off of Detroit.
Why?
Well, we were talking about the coaching changes yesterday, and I knew all about that already. And then we talk about the lack of changes on the defensive side. Yes, they were super hurt there, but they lost a lot of those guys who got healthy. It's not like they had added additions on offense. You lose Ben Johnson. You lose 2 offensive linemen. I'm just like, yeah, I'm kind of out. This could be a good team, but they're certainly not what they were.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, and you've been listening to me a little bit too long because I've been saying since, but seriously, since I didn't realize they had lost 8 assistant coaches too.
That's nuts.
You know that you lost your 2 coordinators and in total 8 assistant coaches from your team. That's a big number.
That's a lot.
Like if that's Andy Reid losing those coaches, you're like, wow, that's a lot of coaches. But it's Andy; he'll be fine.
He'll figure it out.
He'll figure it out. They'll get things taken care of. He'll hire the right people. Dan Campbell doesn't have that track record right now.
Exactly.
And it's okay to have doubt about people who don't have track records, right? It's okay to say, I don't know what they're going to do. Dan Campbell was really good, but he lost 8 assistants, and his 2 top assistants have moved on. How much were they responsible for? 2 offensive linemen. That's a big loss as well for this team. You know, Aiden Hutchinson barely played last year, right? They're getting him back. But as we know with these knee injuries, it's not the day you come back. It's a year after the day that you come back until these guys firmly believe mentally that they're ready to go out there and trust it. And in sports, we want everything to be immediate. We want it to be right now. Like you and I were talking in break about Jack Caglione. He's done nothing. Like the hype for that guy was there. And I told you, I was kind of cautious about it. I wasn't ready to bring Jack Caglione up, and they brought him up at the worst possible situation when they were desperate and needed somebody to come up. And they brought Jack Caglione up, and I don't know that they put him in the best possible position to be successful. And that's kind of what we talked about.
BBL stinky.
I said it from the beginning of the year, right? I said it from the beginning of the year. I'd like to see the kid come up, but I don't want him to come up when we have a situation where they're forcing him to come up. And they did exactly what we said they shouldn't have done with Jack Caglione. And
you're
we're
right
seeing,
on that.
And we're seeing the results of it. I mean, last night out in right field looking like a butcher out there. I mean, sorry, he wasn't ready. But they forced him up because they needed him because everybody else failed. And so they had no choice but to bring Jack Caglione up. That's why I wonder about the Lions.
Yep.
We've seen Dan Campbell have success, but we've not seen Dan Campbell replace his entire coaching staff. We've not seen Dan Campbell do it without, Ben Johnson, who people are bowing at the altar of, and Aaron Glenn in New York, 2 guys that went on to be head coaches now in this league, and then 6 other assistants, 2 offensive linemen. Like, there should be a lot of question marks around Detroit. Now, if they go out there again and they win 11 or 12 games and they win that division and they're in the playoffs, then I think we can start talking about Dan Campbell. Okay, this guy's graduated to that next level of coaches,
I
right?
agree. He would be in a new echelon.
Yeah.
He would be officially like an elite head coach.
Yep.
If he gets through this, I agree. They win 11, 12 games, battle for that division again, contenders. He's serious.
Yeah, and have the offense that they did last year where they were having fun. You want to talk about a team that was having fun last year.
Man.
The Lions were having themselves a ball of
Yes.
fire last year, man. It was awesome to watch them. That's the fun that the Chiefs want to bring back. But I'm not ready to say Dan Campbell can do that because I haven't seen Dan Campbell do that. I don't know what he's going to do now that he lost a lot of his assistant coaches. Easy enough for me to say. Some guys prosper. Some guys do great with all that. Sean McVay, fine. Andy Reid, fine.
Yep.
You know, those guys have that track record. They can replace their assistants. We'll see if Dan Campbell can. We'll see if he can get after them. Coming up here on 96.5 The Fan, there's a guy you never heard of that said something so wrong that Mack is so pissed. We'll let you hear it next.
Hey, it's Michael Waka, and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control have done so much good work at our house. I don't even know where to start when I talk about these folks because they've done stuff we weren't able to do. Number one, make our lawn look good. Number two, keep the mosquitoes, the ticks, and fleas off of our house. And number three, tell us what we need to be doing as the days go by and we get closer and closer to that fall seeding time. These guys don't just come and cut the lawn. They'll have conversations with you. They'll tell you exactly what they're doing, what you need to do, and how to make your lawn look better. That's why the college-educated professionals at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control are the company we go with when we take care of our yard. They've eliminated stress on the weekends of trying to find time to mow and weed eat and do all that lawn stuff. They take care of it during the week. So when the weekends roll around, we're free to do whatever we want, like sit outside in our mosquito-protected environment. There's no mosquitoes, there's no ticks, there's no fleas because they put up that mosquito dome that keeps all those pests out. And right now, over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, they're going to give you up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So don't wait. Call them today or just visit them at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of gold unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
All right, Missouri, I've got great news for you. The Underdog app is now available to play in the state of Missouri. Like right this second, you can do it right now in the state of Missouri, and you can go yard all baseball season long with Underdog's Champions Game. Underdog is a leading place to make all of your sports selections, and you can now play in the state of Missouri. Millions of fans have already won billions making plays on Underdog, and their app has over 100,000 five-star reviews. I like the Underdog app because I like combining entries from multiple sports into one selection. And to play, all you have to do is download the app and choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats. You can choose from things like home runs, strikeouts, total bases, and so much more. And once that entry feels good, you can play with as little as $1. And if you get everything right, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. So what you need to do now is download the Underdog app and sign up with the promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit with promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See underdogfantasy.com/web/deposit-match-terms. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Transform your home with the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC. Powell Exteriors KC will create the perfect custom deck or patio cover to keep you cool, comfortable, and loving life outside. Get your free estimate now, and you could be enjoying your new deck or patio in a matter of weeks. Siding, windows, roofing, they do it all. This time of year, it's all about decks, cover, and shade. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule your free estimate today. It's the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC, Kansas City's exterior experts.
If you love finding the deal and a bargain brings you bliss, the Hy-Vee 5-day sidewalk sale is cause for celebration. This Wednesday through Sunday, stock up and save big on dozens of pantry staples like Roma pizzas, 4 for $10, Pepsi 24 packs $9.99, Frito-Lay's chips just $1.99, Gatorade 8-pack bottles just $5.99, and Sunbelt granola bars 4 for $10. Hurry to the huge 5-day sidewalk sale this week only at Hy-Vee.
Even though it's summertime, everybody's still busy, and that's where Hy-Vee Market Grill comes in. They've got the best dining value in town. Every day, they've got a meal deal from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. And for $8 per person or less, you can treat the whole family to chicken Monday, pork chop Tuesday, cheeseburger and fries on Wednesday, and chicken enchiladas on Friday. And don't forget Steak Thursday with a perfectly seasoned steak, garlic mashed potatoes, and sweet corn for $12. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner, it's only at Hy-Vee Market Grill.
This report is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side on Olathe, 35 northbound, heavy from Old 56 Highway up towards 119th Street with an earlier accident. Slows again, Shawnee Mission Parkway up to 635 with a problem off to the left shoulder. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Coming up in about 10 minutes or so, we'll talk to Matt Quatro, the manager of the Royals. They got a day game in Chicago today against the White Sox on the north side, and then they come back home. And trade deadline is 8 days away. And here is what the Athletics' Ken Rosenthal is saying about the Royals. Are you ready for this one, Mac? Are you ready for this one? The Royals, 4.5 games back in the AL wildcard race, are making it clear to clubs that if they trade Seth Lugo, they want controllable outfield help in return. I would say no duh to that. Yes. I mean, I think that's obviously what we're looking at here.
Thank you, Sherlock.
Yes, but he does go on to say, which I think is intriguing, the Royals aren't at that point yet, though. Lugo is likely to turn down a $15 million player option for 26 and become a free agent. Great. The Royals not only would consider giving him a qualifying offer, but also believe that they would be competitive in trying to re-sign him, so they're in no rush to disrupt the relationship. The thin state of the Royals' rotation, as exemplified by their choice to start Rich Hill on Tuesday night, is another reason the front office is hesitant to act. Righty Michael Lorenzen, recovering from a left oblique strain, is likely 2 rehab starts away from returning, maybe more. Cole Reagan's dealing with his injury. A losing streak and or injury prior to the trade deadline obviously would alter the Royals' thinking, and even if they stay in the race, trading Lugo would be tempting if it brought a strong enough return. That's where I am about that. I think if you can trade Lugo and improve your ball club from an outfield standpoint, from a bat standpoint, it's easier to acquire a controllable bat in a trade than it is to go out there on the free agent market and try to sign somebody going to overpay for an outfield bat. I think you trade Seth Lugo. You can always re-sign Seth Lugo in the offseason. There's no rule in place that says if you trade somebody, you can't re-sign them this offseason. And that may be the best thing for this organization, both currently and in the future, is to trade Seth Lugo, get that controllable outfield bat help, and then, re-sign Seth Lugo in the offseason if you feel like you can do it. So I think you go to Seth and you say, look, dude, we're probably not going to the playoffs. I don't think, again, this is a playoff team right now. And we need to get better, obviously. You can help us do that, but we want to re-sign you in the offseason. Trading you right now does not say we're done with you. We don't want you part of this team. We just feel like we can improve our team really big right now at this moment by using you as a trade chip. And then when the offseason comes around, let's sit down and have these conversations. We want to bring you back to Kansas City. I think you make that perfectly clear to Seth. That's what I would do if I was the GM. But again, I'm not, so I don't know, what the protocols are or things of that nature. But that's how I would handle the situation. I would just say, hey, Seth, dude, we got to trade you. You're a valuable trade piece right now. We can really improve our ball club, and we want you back next year. So if that's something you want, just let you know we're all on the same page. We're not trading you because we don't like you. We don't want you around. We're trading you because we have an opportunity to really improve our club and then to make it even better by bringing you back next year as well.
I'm loving it. Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
Maybe that'll be the next poll. We'll see what people think about Seth Lugo and sending him off. But as far as picking up the option for Salvador Perez right now, about 200 votes on the Fan 965 Twitter page. Should the Royals pick up the option for Salvador Perez? Yes, 84%. No, about 16%.
Yep, it's a big swing to the yes. Go out there and pick up that option for Salvador Perez because nobody wants to see him playing for another team, and he has earned the option of being picked up here in Kansas City. He's playing some really nice baseball right now. All right, Mack, I think I got a new segment. Why is Mack all mad?
Why is Mack worked up?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, who's this guy? Rhett Lashley?
Rhett Lashley, yeah.
Rhett Lashley.
He's the head coach at the school in college football, man. Former Arkansas quarterback.
SMU head coach Rhett Lashley.
Never heard of him.
Well, he takes a shot at the SEC in defense of his just highly touted conference, the ACC. The SEC has had the same 6 schools with the champions with the championship since 1964. Not a single one has been different since 1964. That's top heavy to me. That's not depth. First off, that's half of the conference. If you take it, depending on how many teams were in the conference at that point, 10 to 12, 13 teams. That's half the conference. 1. 2, he's leaving out Kentucky in 1975, who tied for the championship, so you would count them. That's 7. And 5 have won the SEC championship, 5 different teams since 2008.
The national championship.
The national championship since 2008. And then not to mention, in the ACC, Clemson has won 8 of the last 10 ACC championships.
You want to talk about a top-heavy conference. The ACC is... It's
Clemson.
Yeah.
Florida State sometimes, but it's Clemson.
Yeah, but more often than not, it's not Florida State. More often than not, it's Clemson and like everybody else. Like North Carolina's never been really any good. Duke's never been any good, or Wake Forest, or any of these truly basketball schools in the Carolinas that are in the ACC. That's never really been a football conference. And so, look, it's all about propaganda right now at this time of the year. Throw something out there and use buzzwords and whatnot and say the SEC is top heavy and people, will kind of talk about you and SMU. But, I mean, look, he put his club in a great position, and I think SMU is the sleeping giant of college football.
Oh, wow.
I really do.
Okay.
I think they got more money than you know what to do with.
That's fair.
I mean, look at their alumni list. It starts with the Hunts, right?
Yeah.
And so they also, too, why I think SMU is the sleeping giant, because they were doing this stuff 30 years ago and got put on death row for it, and so they got double secret probation that wasn't a secret. They lost everything, and so now they've got an opportunity to say, okay, it's revenge time. You talk about the Chiefs playing with revenge. Look at SMU right now. I think that is the university where we're going to see one of the biggest flips when it comes to which teams are good and how the NIL is helping. I think SMU, I think TCU, any of these schools that have these huge, rich alumni bases are going to have an opportunity to do it. Texas Tech is another one, and it has nothing to do with Mahomes. It has zero to do with Patrick Mahomes. They got some hedge fund guy who's 40 years old that's kicking in $55 million a year to go out there to help his athletic program out. So you've got certain schools that are going to do it, but I really do. I believe SMU, that campus, that city, all that money that they have at that university, dude, I think they really are the sleeping giant of college football because they got revenge from the last 40 years of being nothing because the NCAA shut them down with the Eric Dickerson stuff.
Yeah, with all the Eric Dickerson stuff.
Yeah.
Now they've loaded up. Now they're ready to go. And that whole thing is ridiculous that they got absolutely destroyed for that when so many other schools were doing the same exact stuff that SMU was doing. So, no, they've loaded up. And, Rhett may be a sleeping giant. That's awesome. Good for him. But the SEC is quite literally the deepest conference in all of sports.
Yeah.
And depth isn't just about championships and winning. Like, depth is relevancy. And talk to me about teams that are even relevant in college football world in the ACC. Is it more than 4?
How many are relevant in the Big 12?
Yeah, is it more than 4?
How many?
I mean,
Colorado's
K-State.
relevant because of Deion.
Yep.
K-State's relevant because they're always good and will
They're
always
solid.
be good. Like, it's one of the most solid college football programs in the country, right? And I know some people will look at that as a backhanded compliment, but K-State, if you're a K-State fan, you're going to win 8 or 9 games just about every single year, go to a bowl game, and have fun watching your team play, right? Who else in the Big 12? Is UCF back because they hired Scott Frost?
Utah, I don't know, Cincinnati. Like, these are all just meh.
Yeah. Arizona State,
Arizona, maybe.
Houston. I don't know.
Those are all
You're
schools.
going maybe, though, right?
The maybe. These are all schools that once every 2 or 3 years have a solid squad. But the other two are like, this is an off year. This is a 6-win year instead of an 8 or a 9-win year.
Like once Oklahoma and Texas left the Big 12, sorry, man, the Big 12 ain't got nobody that you can rely on every single year.
I wonder where they went.
The SEC.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah, that's the SEC is where they went. Coming up, we'll talk to Matty Q, find out what his take was on Rich Hill last night, and the trade deadline is about a week away. We talk to the manager next.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
It's summertime, and I love being outside, hanging out, doing all of those great outdoor activities. But if you have knee, hip, or shoulder pain and it's not getting any better, and you're stuck in a cycle of steroid shots, and now they're talking about surgery, slow down a minute. I may have the solution for you. Hey, it's Bob Fescoe, and my friends at QC Kinetics are the leaders in regenerative medicine, using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. And the best part about it is there's no meds, there's no surgery. It's advanced cellular therapy. These aren't Band-Aids. We're not masking the pain. It goes right to the root of the problem. And the best part is you can get a free second opinion. A licensed medical provider will go over your x-rays or MRI and see if you're a good fit for these breakthrough treatments. And it doesn't cost anything. So call QC Kinetics today, 816-412-6299. Off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. Saturday appointments available. It's QC Kinetics.
Don't let clogged drains slow you down. Call Hamilton Plumbing, Heating, AC, and Rooter today for our $79 mainline drain cleaning special. The pros at Hamilton will inspect your drains with video camera technology to pinpoint exactly what is needed to clear those clogs and help prevent expensive drain repairs. The expert technicians at Hamilton are ready 7 days a week to solve your problem the right way, the first time. Over 40 years experience and more than 8,000 5-star reviews ensures your peace of mind. Visit callhamilton.com for details, terms, and conditions. License number 2025-11121.
Hey friends, it's noisy out there with information coming at us all day, every day. It's hard to know what to trust, and the world of wealth management is no exception. That's why UMB Private Wealth Management helps you tune out the noise and tune into what matters most. They'll create a financial plan based on your unique goals, so it's your voice that comes through loud and clear. Get financial clarity. Go to umb.com/private wealth to schedule an appointment. That's umb.com/private wealth.
Guys, if you're dealing with constant tiredness, you're fighting a losing battle, your job, your relationships, your daily life, it's all affected. But you don't have to live like that. Get your life back with TRT at Lowe T Center. Regaining your energy is regaining your life. Know your testosterone level in minutes, then choose between at-home treatment or in-center care. That's because it's never been easier to get started on TRT. Right now, the T-test is free, but time is running out. Don't wait. Go to fixmylowt.com to book an appointment today.
The world's coming to Kansas City in 2026. Is your parking lot ready? Faded lines, potholes, unsafe sidewalks, Gann Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team. One contractor, all things parking lot. Visit GannAsphalt.com today.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Two of the hottest teams in baseball will meet when Detroit takes a trip to Toronto in a matchup that may have postseason implications. Both teams have sat at the top of their divisions throughout the year, but now the final half of the season is here. Who will be able to maintain their dominance? Will Detroit win with their pitching, or will Toronto's bats be too much? Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the new Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9, space for up to 7, range 4 miles.
Chiefs coverage on 96.5 The Fan is sponsored by Jersey Mike's Subs. Ready for game day? Score big with Jersey Mike's. Piled high, sliced fresh. It's a sub above for your football feast. Order yours today at jerseymikes.com or download the app. Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
In Olathe, 35 northbound, still slow rolling around Santa Fe up towards 119th Street with an earlier accident, and sluggish again from around Antioch up towards 18th Street Expressway. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Hey man, good morning. How do you do? Hey man, just want to talk about the boys in blue. Hey man, now that you've been here a year, what's your favorite KCQ? Hey man, what's new in the clubhouse, the bullpen and the lineup too? Hey man, how was the road trip? Bob and Dusty wanna know. Hey man, what do you think of Slugger and FM radio? Hey man, is it true you're a deadhead too? Hey man, kid baseball, wanna talk music with you? Hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man, hey man, Quatro. Hey man, hey man.
It is that time of the week, our favorite time of the week, to talk to Matty Q, the skipper of the Royals. They say want to talk music with you, writing the song. Ozzy Osbourne passing away yesterday, man, and I'm going to put you on the spot for a second because it's kind of what we do. But, I mean, I think of Ozzy Osbourne as one of those artists, Matt, that kind of transcends every generation that's still alive. Like, everybody knows who Ozzy Osbourne is, and even if they don't know the name, they definitely know the song, right? You hear it probably every night at a stadium.
With Crazy Train?
Yeah.
Yeah. Schreiber uses I think it's Schreiber uses Black Sabbath, or one of our relievers uses Black Sabbath to come in too. So, I mean, and I guess it's funny, we were talking about it yesterday that I never watched that TV show, but a whole nother generation of people knew him because of that TV show, right? That his family did. So, I think you're right. I mean, I don't know, but maybe some of the really young kids right now wouldn't know him, but I think. And it was a little surprising that he was only 76. I mean, that's a hard 76 years, I think.
Well, I would imagine. I thought he was 76 20 years ago, but
I agree.
I never watched the show because I could never understand what the heck he was saying.
That's a good point.
I mean, I had no idea what was going on, but his music was outstanding. I mean, like every stadium, the Chiefs cheerleaders come out to Crazy Train, and as you mentioned, like you go to a ballpark near you, and they're playing that song at some point.
Yeah, you're right. Good point.
All right, so let's look at Rich Hill. How cool was it to see a guy our age pitching for you last night?
Somebody told me I should have put myself in to catch to make it the oldest battery in history or whatever, but I think Bob Kendrick probably could come up with an older battery from the Negro League days with all the recall he has of how old those guys were when they played. But,
right.
I mean, it's phenomenal. Rich, I mean, when he walked in the other day, and just to see the shape he keeps himself in, it's been a few years since I've seen him in person, and to see how hard he works to keep himself ready to go. And, you know, with all the emotion and the, you know, it's the middle of the summer, how hot it was, and he was working hard out there, and to get us through 5 innings the way he did against a really talented lineup was remarkable.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'm going to use the term fun. I sat there and had fun watching him pitch last night, you know, because I'm looking at him like, guys my age, we haven't seen somebody like this since maybe Charlie Huff back in the day pitching, you know, this late into his career, or even Nolan Ryan at 46 or whatever it was. And he just had the, I guess you could say, the aura of what like an old school pitcher was, mixing pitches, kind of junk ball. Reminded me of Eddie Harris from Major League almost out there on the mound yesterday.
Well, I mean, I think it is fun, and it's a good story and all those things, but Rich is the probably most competitive person I've ever been around, and his desire to do well at what he does and not just do it is remarkable. You know, there's no monetary reason for him to be doing this. It's just his love for doing it and his understanding that he can still be good. I mean, he made a lot of really quality pitches last night, you know, and didn't go our way. You know, we didn't play well enough to win the game, but it was not because he was just out there, you know, as part of like a sideshow. He's out there trying to win, and nobody wants to win more than him. And that in and of itself will drive, you know, it will spark some competitiveness within the team as well, just to see what a guy like that has gone through and what he continues to do.
Yeah, you mentioned that competitiveness, and I was watching some of the Chicago broadcasts last night, and they were talking about when he used to be a Cub and how competitive he was, and, you know, yelling. And then you start watching him on the mound, and he's yelling at himself out there on the mound.
Yeah, well, I mean, Rich, yes, he's got his own way of channeling his energy and his frustrations and his successes and all of it, and that's the thing, you know, knowing him a little bit. I certainly didn't know him when he started, but he's genuine to who he is. He's not changing anything to just say, hey, you know, give me another shot or whatever. He's the same Rich Hill as far as the mannerisms, the competitiveness, the drive, the channeling of all those things, and his desire to win has not changed one bit.
Is he going to make a second start, or was this just kind of a spot thing for you guys?
I mean, as of right now, I think he is. Yeah, I mean, we're Lorenzen's still on the IL, you know, and so, you know, unless something's happened overnight, I think he is. I mean, we don't know exactly what the off day when that would be, but yeah, I think he is.
That's awesome. Talking to Matt Quatro here on 96.5 The Fan. One guy that's gotten kind of white hot for you guys has been Salvador Perez. I mean, this month has been really spectacular and fun for him, and fun for us to watch him as well. He's kind of the catalyst as your team, man. As much as we want Bobby and Vinny to kind of take that next, you know, step, to me, it's still Salvy. And when he's going, you guys are going.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that look, you guys have watched his entire career, right? He's 13, 14 years into this. He's remarkable. They're you have to appreciate what you're seeing. You know, there's no one's on fire the whole season, and I know plenty of people were critical of him earlier in the year, and, you know, his career's over and all that stuff. But if you know Salvy and you watch what he does on a day in and day out basis, his effort, his work ethic, his in the weight room, prepping for games behind the plate, they didn't wane at all. And that's what gives you the confidence of understanding, you know, that he's going to come out the other side. That, and the fact that he's done this before, you know, I mean, he's a guy that he impacts the ball as hard as anybody in the league, or pretty close to it. And when you do that, you have a chance to get hits, you know, and he, you know, obviously home runs are a byproduct of that, but just the fact that he can square balls up and hit it through the infield, you know, with regularity. I mean, he's going to do good things at the plate. And right now, this stretch that he's on is really fun to watch. I mean, his last at-bat last night, we're losing 6-0. The guy's throwing 102 miles an hour, and he lines a base hit to right. You know, I mean, those are at-bats that you can't discount that. And when you're looking at the total picture of who someone is, because that's an easy time for him to to not be as locked in as he is, but that just doesn't happen with him.
You know, he's 10 shy of 300 when it comes to the home run category, and obviously we'd love to see him get to that this year and get to that 300. But I've had people try to make the case to me that he's not a Hall of Famer, and I'm thinking to myself, no, Salvy is. He's a World Series MVP. He's close to 300 homers, 1,000 RBIs. I mean, that guy's everything you want in a Hall of Famer.
Well, I mean, somebody's going to try to shoot holes in everything, right, Bob?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's just the nature of, let's find the worst things about somebody and point them out. And when it comes to Salvy, if that's your goal, then have at it. But when you're around this guy as much as I'm fortunate enough to be and see the person he is and the player he's been and the personality that he brings, I mean, you guys see that on TV every night or in the ballpark every night. That's not fake. And, I know that's not what gets you in the Hall of Fame, but if you're hoping to poke holes in somebody like Salvy, have at it, because it's not going to affect one thing about him.
Yeah, that's right. I'm too. I'm like, you guys are actually making a case that he couldn't be a Hall of Famer. This guy's done. He's the perfect player for the game. He's an ambassador for the game. Everybody loves him. Everybody knows him, and he's putting up the numbers and has the World Series to back it up too.
9-time All-Star, 5 or 6 Gold Gloves. I don't have all the numbers right in front of me, but yeah. It's a pretty darn good resume.
Oh, it's a hell of a resume. All right, before I let you get out of here, the trade deadline is a week and a day away, I guess, if I'm doing the math. What's the kind of the atmosphere like in this final week as a manager dealing with the trade deadline and everybody kind of anticipating it?
Well, I mean, we talk about it. We talked about it as a team the other day, and, this is one of those parts in the season where it comes every year. Everybody knows it's coming, and it's difficult for some guys because they're going to see their names out there. They're going to see their team's names out there, and all of that stuff is noise, right? I mean, we're upfront and honest with guys. We understand we need to play really well to get ourselves into a position to play meaningful games in September, and, if we don't, think those things are going to get talked about. But you know what? When it comes to making trades, and it's not my job, JJ and Scott work on this all the time. You can't just trade to trade, right? You have to trade and get something of value back because you're giving up something, and that's what the focus has to be. And we've always talked about. We want to be really good now. We also want to be really good sustainably, and that's a difficult thing to do through the trade deadline. But nonetheless, to your question, we talk about it. We talk individually with guys. We talked about it as a team, and really what we want to do is turn our focus inward to these walls we're in and as a group and rally around each other.
All right, well, go get it today. Go take care of business. Take 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. Enjoy the off day tomorrow. We'll see you back at home on Friday.
Okay, thank you.
You got it. Matt Quatro, the manager of the Royals, with us here on 96.5 The Fan. Good stuff on Salvy as well to hear from Matty Q. And for all the people out there who try to make a case that Salvy isn't a Hall of Famer, you can pound sand on that one, man. Like, that guy is a lock for the Hall of Fame. Coming up, Peter Schrager said some unbelievable stuff about the Kansas City Chiefs that you want to hear. Next.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. I want to talk to you about my friends over at GiveMeTheVin.com. They want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. Say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with GiveMeTheVin.com's big cash giveaway. Give Me The Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. That's right, $25,000 in cash every month. You get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to their website at GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Literally, it's so easy you can do it in your underwear. Just wait for the jingle.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Men, summertime is here. And that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Heartland Men's Health, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
At Casey's, we're too nice to say no. So when someone asked for a free frozen drink, we said sure. Then they said every Friday all summer, and well, now we're giving away free medium frozen drinks every Friday. Free Frozen Fridays with Casey's Rewards. It's not crazy, it's Casey's. See store for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When it comes to back-to-school shopping at Target, you can choose not to choose. From getting what you need to expressing who you are. With prices that make every choice feel right, why not choose all of the above? From backpacks, bedazzled kicks, and Picture Day Perfect styles as bold as they are. For bring your own lunch days to science project partner days, snack stash days, decorate your locker days, and paint outside the line days. All at prices that will definitely make your day. For all of the above, it's back to school at Target.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Today, expect sunny skies with a high of 96.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Fescoe and Dusty here on 96.5 The Fan. Our thanks to Matt Quatro, the manager of the Royals. They play later on today. Day game against the Cubbies up in Chicago from the text line from the 515. If no one on our team wants to win more than Rich Hill, we are cooked. And yes, I understand. But, Matty, he means it like this guy wants to win. He's 45 years old. He is just, as he said, not out there for a sideshow. And I don't know about you, but I had fun watching that guy pitch last night. I was like, that's cool, man. Let's go. 45-year-old Rich Hill's on the mound. I'm going to run a scenario by you, okay? You need to be in New York City. Got a big meeting, whatever it is, right?
Okay, I got you.
You're in Europe at this time, right?
All right.
And your flight gets canceled because the pilot's drunk. How are you going to react?
I'm pissed.
Right? You're going from Stockholm to JFK. You're already on board. Pilot's drunk. Can't fly the plane. Flight's canceled. You're pissed, right? You're mad.
I'm mad.
On a scale of 0 to 10, how mad are you?
10.
Okay, you're at a 10, right? You got to get to where you want to go.
Yeah, and the guy's supposed to do his job can't.
Right, because he's drunk.
Because he's drunk.
Right.
Not because he's injured, not because he's a family.
Dead.
Exactly.
Drunk. He showed up drunk to work to fly a plane. Can't do that, right? Now, let me ask you this. You need to be in New York, but you're in Stockholm. Your flight gets canceled because the pilot's drunk. But you get $705 in cash because of it. How does your opinion change?
Okay, all right. We'll figure it out. I can zoom in on the meeting.
You'd be all right? So this flight yesterday, there are 198 passengers on board. Delta Airlines, according to European rules, God, if they had these rules in America, it would be great.
That'd be awesome.
European rules on board, $705 per person. Comes to $139,590 that Delta had to pass out in cash yesterday to every passenger on the plane.
And that happened because of the pilot?
That's right, because he was drunk and the flight was canceled. That doesn't include the hotels and meals that they had to pay for as well.
Yeah, here they said, here's $5 for a bottle of water.
Yeah, right.
That's ridiculous.
How crazy is that? $705 everybody got in cash.
Dude.
Makes the cancellation of your flight a little bit easier to deal with, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm now at like a 6.
Yeah. But I got $705 in cash.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm ready to roll, man. I love it, man. I absolutely love it.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Way to take care of them, Delta.
Yeah.
So that's just a European
No, that's
thing?
a European rule. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the airline is. Based on distance and how long and all this kind of stuff, there's a formula they use, and you get cash out.
back.
Yeah, how cool is that?
Oh, man.
Yeah, that'd be
Here,
awesome.
it's just like, sorry, dude, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah, sorry. Nothing we can do.
Yeah,
Pilot got
figure it
drunk.
out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out the next time. But, yeah, I think it's fantastic. So that's awesome. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Let's play the Peter Schrager audio about the Chiefs. Speaking of things that we love, this is from Peter Schrager on ESPN talking about our Chiefs.
They lose the Super Bowl, and it's like, you know, walking out of that stadium the way it went, like Brett Veach is beside himself, Mahomes is beside himself, Chris Jones is devastated. They have like Tuesday morning, Mahomes is in the gym, and Mahomes is working out. Remember, the Super Bowl ends Sunday night at like 1 a.m., and they've got their cameras here for this kingdom, this whole thing, which I think is going to be awesome. And Mahomes is working out that Tuesday morning, and this is the same stuff that you might say, oh, whatever, every player is. This is Michael Jordan Last Dance stuff. This is when we lose to the Pistons, we get in the gym that morning and we encourage Scottie Pippen to get and follow the lead. We encourage Horace Grant. I just think they are so dialed in, and they had that picture of him at the party with Brittany and he's got a little dad bod, and everyone had their fun with that. Like, he reads and hears everything. Mahomes is a killer. I think this is actually the last thing you want to do is start questioning Mahomes' dedication or his fitness and what they have, because truth be told, they got better on the offensive line. They're going to have healthy wide receivers. They added some talent on the defensive side. Like, I don't know, Kansas City, you start questioning them and you start considering how they lost that Super Bowl and how embarrassed they were. I wouldn't be shocked if they come out guns blazing to start the season.
Yeah, and I am obviously with Peter Schrager on that. It's everything that we've been saying to you since the day they lost that Super Bowl. But now it's on a national level, and people are like, I think the Chiefs are going to be pretty good this year. Yeah, we've been telling you that for a while now, because I did get to experience that locker room after the game. I did get to see grown men crying. I did embrace one individual on that team. I'm not going to tell you who. That was in tears, that just kind of just was beside himself after that Super Bowl loss. I don't think people realize how much that Super Bowl loss really hurt this organization. And to hear him compare Patrick Mahomes, Last Dance, all that kind of stuff in the gym on Tuesday after getting back on Monday from the Super Bowl, that's great to hear. That's what you want to hear. You want to hear that loss stung. But I think that loss in the Super Bowl was just a combination of so many different things that just all erupted, and everybody just kind of melted down after it was over, because they had put so much work and so much hard effort into trying to get there. And they overcame a lot last year to get there. They overcame injuries to a lot of their offensive weapons. They overcame injuries to their offensive line. They overcame injuries to their running back position. You know, there was a lot that was affected last year by this team, and they still found a way to go 15-2. But I don't think they were enjoying it as much, because I know, as we've talked about, we weren't enjoying it as much as fans. We were kind of living every play mattered, every play. And then you got to the end, and they lost that Super Bowl, and it was just a devastating effect. Like, they built up so much to be that team that won 3 straight, and they weren't able to accomplish that. And that's all the kind of stuff you need to carry you into next season. And Peter Schrager is dead on. And I'll scream this till I'm blue in the face about this team. They're winning the Super Bowl this year, and they're going to show the rest of the league why they're still a team that needs to be reckoned with. And there's so many things that are in their favor right now. Andy Reid's ready to get back after this one. Patrick Mahomes ready to get back after. Travis in his last year. Healthy wide receivers. I'm telling you what, this Josh Simmons thing is now taking off.
Yeah.
And it's going to be one of the greatest folklore tales until we see him out there in game action. But like even Nate Taylor's like, okay, this is unbelievable what's going on. Even Binkley, who hated the pick, I think is starting a little bit maybe to come around to maybe Josh Simmons being the real deal, the truth at that left tackle position, for this organization. And I think once that gets solidified, and if Josh Simmons is that guy, is who we think he can be, and a top 10 player in the draft coming out last year if he wasn't injured, man, I think a lot of people are going to be looking at the Chiefs and going, oh, my God, they did it again. They absolutely 100% just did it again. And they found a way to get better. When everybody else was worried about this guy's knee, the Chiefs were like, we'll take him. We'll be fine. But that's the beauty of setting yourself up as an organization of always being good. You can take chances like that. A team like Tennessee couldn't have taken a chance like that, or a team like Cincinnati couldn't have taken a chance like that, where you don't have your roster set up, for the future and the depth on that roster and the collateral, if you will, to go out and make a move like that. Brett Veach is able to do that because he's got the proven way. He's earned
luck.
Yeah,
man.
he's earned the ability to do that. That you're exactly right about that. If this is a different organization and you got like a middling GM and you're telling the owner, like let's say the Giants, right? If whoever the GM, Joe Shane, right, of the Giants says to his owner, like, hey, we're going to draft this left tackle. He may not play this year, but we're going to draft him with the 4th overall pick because we think he's going to be good in 2 years. You don't get that leeway if you're with the Giants. You do get that leeway, though, here if you're with Kansas City and you have the ability to build a roster like they've built. And so you're able to take chances. And this chance that they're taking on Josh Simmons, dude, may turn out to be one of the best picks they've ever had. And I'm not declaring it that way right now. I said may turn out to be one of the best picks they ever had if he lives up to what everybody thinks he can be in this offense.
I mean, yeah, I think he will be. Yeah, I think he's going to be one of the best picks the Chiefs have ever had. I think he's going to be a top 5 left tackle in his prime, and I think he'll be top half this season. I think he's going to start week 1. I've said that since they drafted him because how excited everyone around the team, everyone in those locker rooms was excited. How the amount of enthusiasm that this team felt with that Josh Simmons pick wasn't just we'll see, 2026 kind of thing. That was man, people don't know what we just got.
Yeah.
People don't know the power that we attain now because everything that happened last year, which, by the way, let me remind everyone, the Chiefs were in the Super Bowl last year.
That's right.
With all that happened on the left side of the line. Wanye Morris starts. Kingsley Suamataia can't block a broadside of a barn, right? You got to slide an all-pro left guard who's never played more than one game at left tackle in the NFL. You got to slide him over in the last 4 weeks of the season into the playoffs to play left tackle and then play a guy at left guard who hasn't played left guard all season. And, you're still going to beat all the best teams in the AFC. You're still going to get it done at home and win another AFC championship game and make 3 Super Bowls in a row. And now you add that left tackle that's actually going to solidify that line and not allow any dominoes to fall. We added depth on the offense or on the offensive weapons as far as running backs go. As far as receivers go, they go deep. Tight ends, we know what Noah Gray and Travis Kelce are. Jared Wiley and Jake Brennan-Toole, if one of those guys is even just something of production, 200 yards, a guy who can come in on a 3 tight end set and catch a pass, all of a sudden now you have that. And we know what the defense is, and they drafted well on the defense to add add depth to the defensive line. Christian Fulton hopefully can get through whatever he's going back to get Trent McDuffie back on the inside, where he is a first-team All-Pro corner and the best corner in this league, the best defensive lineman in this league at 95 up front. And you know what? I'm not surprised one bit when Peter Schrager said Mahomes was working out on Tuesday, and no one else should be either. For all the people saying that he's lost it, it's done, the cliff is coming, I'm so sure at 30 years old. Dude, we haven't even seen the best of Patrick Mahomes, and I truthfully believe that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if this left tackle position gets itself figured out, right, and let's take the 30,000-foot view, right, where the low-hanging fruit is, where the people just kind of graze the surface of when we're talking about teams, which is what we do for 31 other teams in this league, right? So we're taking that kind of, that aerial view of this team right now. If this left tackle position is figured out, what are they going to complain about on the national level that isn't up to the level that needs to be for this organization to be a Super Bowl contender? What I'm getting at is, what will they say? Yeah. Well, I'm not ready because of this. If Josh Simmons proves to be the starter at left tackle and plays well, what are people going to point to? What are people going to say? What are people going to hang their hat on as to why this team can't do good? Because right now, everybody's, the offensive line. And they're saying offensive line like it's all 5 of those guys. No, it's been the left tackle. And then you have the trickle-down effect, right? And that happens along the offensive line. If you have one bad piece, it has a major effect on everybody else on that offensive line. Because as Derek Johnson, would tell me over the years, he goes, when you run into trouble on the football field is when you don't do your job. And I know it's Bill Belichickian, but Derek Johnson said, when I failed the most in an NFL game, he says, I was trying to do the job of the guy next to me. So if you don't trust the guy next to you, you try to cover up for that guy. While you're trying to cover up for that guy, it reduces what you can do and what you're supposed to do. And so when I heard Derek say that years ago to me, I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. You don't think of it that way. You as a human being can only do so much, right? You only have so much that you're able to do. If you start trying to do stuff because somebody else isn't doing their job, well, that's going to take away from you and the time that you need to be doing your job. And while this guy's out of position, you go to cover for him. Now you're out of position. Zip, the running back goes right where you were supposed to be if you weren't covering for that other guy. So that's how you have to look at this. Everybody has to do their job. So if you have an offensive line of 5 guys and that left tackle is so bad, everybody's worried about everybody else, then nobody's able to do their job to the best of their ability because everybody's worried about covering for this guy. Then you're worried about covering for that guy. And then you have that trickle-down effect of everybody trying to cover for everybody and then nobody blocking for Mahomes.
And we always talk about the players getting better or other guys solidifying their, lack of distraction. That left tackle would help everyone else out. We talk about the players on the field in the 53, and that's where it really matters. But behind that is the coaching. And we never talk about coaches learning from their mistakes or them wanting to get back to their bread and butter. Matt Nagy and Andy Reid, you don't think they're frustrated and pissed off about the way the offense looked last season?
Yeah.
You don't think they want to get this back?
Yeah.
They have fun, too, when they're scoring points. Matt Nagy wants to draw up fun plays, wants to see Patrick Mahomes roll out to his right and launch it to Xavier Worthy down the field. He wants to see the running game start to get better on 3rd and 3. They want to feel confident that they can get 5 yards and then, let's go and play action and let's launch it again to Hollywood Brown. They want to have that fun, too. So I think people underestimate. We talk about players and them all improving their craft and what's the 53 going to look like and who works well with who. This is one of the best coaching. This is the best coaching staff in the National Football League.
Well, somebody will tell you it's Sean McVay and the guy in San Francisco who's never won.
It's today.
Yeah, this is the best coaching staff in the National Football League. I don't give a rip about anyone else.
Right.
And they know that they weren't up to par on the offense last year. And that is partially because of them. It's not just because of the offense. They would say themselves, they have some responsibility there to remedy as well, and I believe they will.
Yeah, and now they got a full complement of guys back, so there's nothing holding this team down. Is that guy your cousin, Wanye Mori?
Wanye Mori, man. Yeah.
I like that, Wanye Mori.
Yeah, he took all my height and my size, I guess. Thanks, brother.
Yeah. Yesterday, we lost Ozzy Osbourne, one of the great rock musicians of all time. As we talked to Q about, one of the guys who transcends, rock music, one of the guys who transcends generation. Everybody knows when they hear Crazy Train, they know that song. Whether they know Ozzy or not, they know that song. And yesterday, C-Dot and Rob put together the playlist of best stadium anthems, right? And they have Crazy Train at number 1, Enter Sandman at number 2, Jump Around number 3, Seven Nation Army coming in at number 4. I have a tough time with that one.
Yeah, there's a story with this song for you, right?
And for me, I like the song.
It's a good song.
But like Romeo Crennel wanted that as his walk-in song when he was the head coach, right? He always wanted that song played. And so because of how bad that was, I just every time I hear that,
got a stench.
It's like PTSD for me, right? Like, we're going to Wichita, and I see Romeo walking in at like 2 and 12, 2 and 14, or what? Yeah. I'm like, it's just it doesn't work for me. BBL Stinky. Number 5, Mo Bamba. What is that?
You know Mo Bamba.
No, I don't, because I spent an hour looking for this yesterday.
Really?
Yes. And I have no idea what that is.
I got to play it for you.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
Let me get the clean version.
I mean, but if it's what I think it is, I'm like, I don't ever remember hearing this at the stadium, though.
They took it to 10. I got cold.
don't know this one?
I don't ever remember hearing this in a stadium.
This is awesome, man. This came out when I was a freshman in college, I believe. And this, you can't play a lot of what they're saying, but yeah, man. He's got Hose Colin. He's got Hose Colin.
I'm like, I don't remember ever hearing this at a stadium.
Yeah, no, that went hard when every party, every stadium game from freshman year college on, that was like the song. So I don't know if I think it's up there. I don't know. Where did they have it? 5?
6.
That's a little high. But
now,
it
the
is a
text
great
line
song.
did say that C-Dot didn't know that Ozzy sang Crazy Train yesterday. Yeah.
Wow.
So I don't know if that's the case or not. But again, like I said, everybody knows Ozzy, even if they don't know they know Ozzy, right? And if C-Dot didn't know that was Ozzy who sang Crazy Train, then that proves my point, right?
Yeah.
No matter, like, you know who he is, you know that song, you can sing that song. Oh, that's Black Sabbath, that's Ozzy, whoever it was, right? But that Mobamba, I don't ever remember hearing that at a game.
816 says, me neither. I thought he misspelled La Bamba.
Yeah, right.
That's awesome.
I was kind of the same way.
That's just a generational thing.
But it's not though, because I don't remember hearing that at a game.
Oh, that's at games.
Is it?
Oh, for sure. Or maybe not NFL, maybe not Chiefs games. When I go to Chiefs games this year, I'll have to think about it. It's definitely every college game's playing that.
Yeah,
for sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
maybe that's where they get it from, because C-Dot does do a lot of college.
A lot
sports.
of college stuff.
Yeah.
I imagine that's where he's getting it from. It is a college thing.
Okay. Start Me Up at number 7. Lose Yourself at 8. Sandstorm number 9. Sandstorm. That's a K-State thing. I have a tough time with Sandstorm too.
Lose Yourself is a great song. Is that a great stadium song? You think?
I don't know. I don't picture that as a stadium song.
Yeah, me either. Like, I love that song.
It's a great song.
It's a hype song. The beginning of it's great, but I've definitely heard it at stadiums. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're better than that. We'll have to get some good texts here.
Fight for Your Right to Party coming in at number 10 on C-Dot's list. We Will Rock You at 11, and All We Do Is Win coming in at number 12. So the most part, I agree. Win, nice. Yeah, that list is fantastic. It really is. A really good list of stadium songs. But like, if you're going to add to that list, what are you adding into that list? Is there something that you think that they left out? Because I think Welcome to the Jungle needs to be on that list.
Great one. Yep. Absolutely.
I mean, that anytime you play that song, you turn the lights down, people go crazy when that song starts,
love it.
Right?
Yeah, they get hype.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, I think that's a really good one that should be on the list as well. We talked about it earlier. Don't Stop Believin' by Journey. That's a great stadium anthem song. What about Eye of the Tiger?
That's a great one too. See, I like these. I'm more of the classic rock guy, so that may be my bias. But no, I think that's got to be on there. I think Mr. Brightside probably belongs in a spot.
What a great stadium song.
It's a great stadium song. Everyone's singing. Everyone's jumping.
Who does Mr. Brightside from?
Yeah. Dang. I have to look at it.
You knew I was going to ask. Is it a college or a pro team that plays Mr. Brightside?
I think it's a college.
I think it is college too.
Mr. Brightside. You got to give me a second.
There's one
Michigan? Yeah, Michigan.
Oh, is it Michigan?
Yep, it's Michigan.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
Never mind. He doesn't like it.
Nope, done. The one that they left off the list.
Ooh.
Start Me Up by the Rolling Stones in Kansas City may be, in my opinion, the most important stadium song because it was kind of the first. When Carl and Marty took over, that was the kickoff song. That kind of got everybody going. That kind of indoctrinated us into what they wanted Arrowhead to be, right? And they play that song, and everybody knew when they were going to kick the ball off, Rolling Stones, Start Me Up, kick the ball off, and that's the way the games were going to go. And I know we're not supposed to talk about Gary Glitter, but Rock and Roll Part 2, when the Chiefs used to score a touchdown back in the day, there was nothing better than that. There was nothing better than, we're going to beat the hell out of you, and you, and you, and you, and you, you know, and it was great, and it was fantastic, and everybody loved that back in the day, and then he turned into a creep.
Would Sweet Caroline?
Not for me. It's a
Not
Boston
for you?
Red Sox song. I'm out on that.
Okay, fair enough. Also, we got a text in. It is Michigan, but it is also the Bills. And that's what we were thinking.
Yeah,
of.
the Bills.
Mr.
Brightside
so,
was the
I
Bills.
double don't like it.
Double out on that one.
Yeah, double out, even though I love the song. Sweet Child of Mine.
Good one.
Yeah, Mr. Brightside's Mizzou as well. So, wow, just 0 for 3 for
0
you,
for
Bob.
3 for me. Yeah.
You are out.
Michigan, the Bills, and Mizzou.
Motley Crue, Kickstart My Heart. That is a great stadium song.
Mm-hmm.
Fort Minor, remember the name. Know every word to it. Absolutely. Love it.
Black Betty is another good one that I really like.
That's a good one. Yeah, everyone knows that song.
Yeah, that riff at the beginning.
Exactly.
Whoa, Black Betty. Ram, ram. Like nobody knows the words. You just ram, ram.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yes. Another one, Bites the Dust by Queen.
Yeah, that's pretty good. We Are the Champions, obviously.
You got you. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. What about Song 2 by Blur?
You need to remind me.
Play it. You'll know it as soon as you hear it.
As soon as I hear it? Okay. Yeah. I'll get it up.
Yeah. What? It's a song, dude. You don't even know it, and you're that excited?
I know that I'm hard.
As soon as
what the hell was that?
As soon as you hear Song 2 by Blur, you'll be like, oh, yeah, that's a stadium song.
Oh, this is a great song.
Yeah, nobody knows the name of this song.
I'm like, what? Blur? Yes. It's awesome. That's another one where I don't know what he's saying in the middle.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Don't forget any song by Celine Dion there on the 816.
That's right.
There you go.
Yeah, Selena's great at the ballpark.
Mac, as a Tennessee fan, do you also hate Mizzou like other fans? Nah. I don't really think about Mizzou.
I was going to say, for a Tennessee fan, Mizzou is not relevant.
Not on my radar.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Not a relevant program.
Sorry.
Hate to be that way, but like you got Alabama.
Yeah. Alabama, Florida, LSU. I'm thinking about those schools before I even have an iota of a thought about Mizzou. No offense.
Yeah. So, yeah, you can keep texting them in on the Jay's Southland Tow Service text line and let us know what you think are the best stadium anthems that maybe were left off that list. But I think CDOT and Rob did a great job yesterday with the stadium anthem stuff. I thought they put together one hell of a list. Coming up, does he belong in the Ring of Honor? We'll discuss next.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5, The Fan.
It's the summer sales event at Robside Ford. Your chance to upgrade without the stress. Robside joins me now. Rob, what's the offer?
0% financing, $0 down, and 0 payments for 90 days on nearly the entire Ford lineup.
That's a serious summer deal.
Sure is. And unlike your brisket last weekend, these deals aren't dry.
Okay, that's fair. These savings are definitely juicy.
And we're backing it up with 2 years of complimentary maintenance, a non-commissioned sales team, and top trade-in values.
No pressure. No gimmicks at Robside Ford. The way car buying should be.
We're Kansas City's top-rated Ford dealer. 4.8 stars, nearly 3,000 Google reviews, and a better experience from start to finish.
So skip the smoke and the dry meat. This summer, start at Robside Ford.
135th and State Line or robsight.com. 0% financing, $0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, and 2 years of complimentary maintenance.
Robside Ford. Buy right. Drive happy. And next time, maybe stick to potato salad.
Transform your home with the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC. Powell Exteriors KC will create the perfect custom deck or patio cover to keep you cool, comfortable, and loving life outside. Get your free estimate now, and you could be enjoying your new deck or patio in a matter of weeks. Siding, windows, roofing, they do it all. This time of year, it's all about decks, cover, and shade. Go to PowellExteriorsKC.com to schedule your free estimate today. It's the power of KC. Powell Exteriors KC, Kansas City's exterior experts.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Who is the area's only dealer for Fronius professional welding equipment? Metal by the Foot, located in KC and Topeka. Online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
Numerous brands to choose from, endless options, one incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
This is when it gets silly when it comes to the NFL, right? I'm looking at the Twitterverse here, and there's a tweet from Dolphin reporter Joe Shad. Tua Tagovailoa reports to Dolphin training camp in excellent physical condition. Isn't that his job? You're an effing athlete. My God, you better show up to work on the first day and be in great physical shape.
Mack shows up to work knowing how to edit audio and speak into a mic.
Not knowing how to wear headphones, though. I mean, what is going on there? I mean, it's like a flap. You got this thing and whatnot.
I know.
So.
I just haven't bought a new one.
Nah, we'll get it taken care of. We'll just get some duct tape and fix that
exactly.
thing.
That's all.
That's kind of. But like, are we supposed to go? Ooh, he's in great physical condition. You're an athlete. Your job is to be in great physical condition. If you show up and you're not in great physical condition, well, that's the story. That's the story.
Yes.
Yeah, this guy doesn't give a bleep about his job. He showed up fat.
Yeah, what is this, the 80s?
Yeah.
Come on, these guys work out.
Absolutely. They're not going to the lumber yard in the offseason to get a second job that pays them more than their first job of playing in the NFL. So I just can't. This is so stupid.
Every year, best shape of his life.
But you know what? We should not be praising athletes for doing what they're supposed to do to come in shape, right? We should not be praising these guys.
I agree.
Also, big news, Russell Wilson has been named QB1 for the Giants. Woo! Did you expect anything different on that one?
No. Keep him QB1, Giants.
Yeah,
Even if he's terrible, do not start Jackson Dart. I mean, bring in Jameis Winston if you want. But.
Right. I think I'm looking at this when I say the Giants are excited about their rookie class because they have day one energy, and it's Jackson Dart and what's his name, the running back, Scadaboo?
Cam Scadaboo.
Cam Scadaboo is going to own New York, I think.
People love him already.
Well, how could you not, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how could you not? Yeah.
Big guy, runs people over,
fun,
sort of thing. Yes.
Yeah, just a gritty guy that people love. You know, lunch pail type of guy, fullback and whatnot. And then you got Jackson Dart, who's still knocking people off jet skis with a with a football. So that's kind of what's going on over the Twitterverse of the NFL landscape. And then we were hit by a pretty big one yesterday. I thought kind of a shocker if you weren't like paying attention. And none of us really were to what's going on down in New Orleans. They got new nice gold jerseys, right? I like those.
I do like those.
Really nice. I thought those were cool.
Those
Again,
are sexy.
Let's do something different.
Yep.
But they have said that Tyron Matthew announced he's retiring as after 12 years in the NFL. And for Tyron Matthew, for me, I could do hours about Tyron Matthew because I love the guy. And he's also a guy that runs hot, runs cold. As one of those two guys, he's either up here and down here and whatnot, but always wanted to do the best for everybody. And I think he is one of the most significant ads that this organization had, one of the most important ads that they had here when we flipped the script into truly the Patrick Mahomes era. And when they needed to have their defense have an identity, if you will, I thought that Tyron Matthew was the perfect guy to come along and took ownership of this defense. And I remember sitting here over the years with Josh talking about Tyron Matthew, and we used to have this conversation. We're like, Tyron Matthew acts like he was part of that defense that gave up, 1,000 points a game the year prior to he got here, because when he came in, he took ownership of that defense and was like, we weren't good enough last year. We didn't do good enough last year. And we're thinking, you never played for this team before, but yet you're showing the ownership. And I think that was the first step in turning this around. He didn't come in and start pointing fingers and placing blame and you guys sucked. He said, we all weren't good enough last year. We all need to get better. And I remember hearing him say that kind of stuff. And I don't know if he was doing that on purpose or if he was doing that just because he felt like he was already fitting in or whatever the case may be. But it had an impact on me. And I remember hearing him say that a lot. I mean, God, this guy's really buying in. And that's what you want. You wanted that buy-in. You needed that buy-in, especially coming off the way that season ended with Eric Berry essentially giving up the game-winning touchdown pass, And they had Tyron Matthew and Frank Clark and Steve Spagnuolo all come in immediately after that season. They gutted that defense and they fixed the whole thing and made it better. But it wouldn't have been to that level without Tyron Matthew. And he was a perfect player at the perfect time for Kansas City. Like, from a free agent standpoint, you know where I stand on free agency. I think it's wasted money. But there are certain players that you can go after, and there are certain players that can fit your system that can make impacts. And he ended up being one of those guys. He was a huge impact here in Kansas City. And it only lasted, 3 or 4 years. And then we're on to Justin Reed. And now we're already past Justin Reed, and we're on to the next. I mean,
Hicks and Cook.
It shows you kind of the lifespan of the safety, but how important that safety position is. You go from Eric Berry to Tyron Matthew to Justin Reed to Hicks, and you're like, wow. I mean, that's a lineage right there of that safety position. And as good as Tyron was on the field, off the field, he was even better, if that's possible. But he was outstanding. And I remember being part of his board for the Tyron Matthew Foundation for the Kansas City area, and we put together a dinner, a celebrity waiter night. Patrick Mahomes was there as a celebrity waiter, and that was kind of cool because that was 2019. So that was really as Patrick Mahomes was starting to kind of have his ascent, as this great quarterback. Still hadn't won a Super Bowl at that time yet. And we're talking about, this guy's coming off his first full year, and he's out there waiting tables. And I mean, it was a great event and raised a lot of money for people here in Kansas City. But it was some of the other stuff like that, that wasn't done in the public, like being with Tyron Matthew at a church on the east side, and he's feeding people right before Thanksgiving and giving everybody, meals and whatnot. And then did the same thing on Christmas as well. I remember being with Tyron Matthew for his charity Christmas event, and they found families that needed help, and they said, whatever you need, we'll get you. And it was eye-opening for me to see families requesting laundry detergent, soap, shampoo, like some of the basic needs that we take for granted, and Tyron Matthew and his foundation went out there and they shopped for I don't know, 25 families or whatever it was. I can't remember the number now. But it was a big number, and just to see their reaction, like they got common stuff that sometimes we take for granted, and Tyron Matthew was the big difference maker for that. I don't know if he still lives here in Kansas City or not. I think his wife may still have a shop here in Kansas City, a boutique or something like that. I haven't followed up on that in a while. But I just remember, for me, Tyron Matthew, he made a huge difference on the field and really off the field. And like I said, he was the perfect player at the perfect time for the Kansas City Chiefs. He really created the identity of that defense when we needed somebody to create the identity of that defense.
Yeah, man, the Honey Badger, that grit, that energy, that F around and find out. I don't care that I'm 5'9" and smaller than you. I'm going to hit you. I'm going to hit you hard. He's one of my favorite Chiefs of all time, honestly. Like, the more I think about it, he's definitely in the top 5 of Chiefs defensive players, and he might be in my top 5 overall. It's cool in sports when you get to see, because we see change over time so often, like the Chiefs in the last 10 years, we've seen an evolution, right? And even with the Chiefs, you got to see it in 1 year, Alex Smith to Mahomes.
Yeah.
From 1 year, from Bob Sutton and no Tyron Matthew to Steve Spagnuolo and Tyron Matthew. The change was so vast, and in sports, it's kind of rare to see that just in one season, one guy and one player make that monumental difference, and they did. Tyron Matthew, this team is not where we're at today without Honey Badger and without that addition.
Yeah.
And again, another kudos to Brett Veach, knowing what this team needed and knowing that he was the leader that this team needed at the time.
Yeah, that's a great point, because you can go out there and sign free agents, and most of the time you swing and miss and you end up overspending and you get a carcass. You have to go out there and find the right people that are going to fit what you want to do, that are going to buy in and be those kind of leaders. They needed Tyron Matthew to come in here and be the leader of this defense. They didn't need him to just come in here and be a player. They need him to come in here and be that leader, be that mouthpiece, coach up the guys around him, and just be the consummate professional that he was. And he was a great addition for this team. And I think everybody in Kansas City has fond memories. It was funny, like when he left, everybody was like, all right, it's probably time to move on to the next, as you do with players all the time.
Yeah.
But there's no doubting that Tyron Matthew was just such an impactful human being on Kansas City, and I love the opportunities that I had to be around Tyron Matthew. Just a great guy, and he's going to be awesome in retirement. I can't wait to see what he does.
Me too. I'm
I hope
excited.
he's on TV everywhere, man. He's going to be awesome.
Too.
He's going to be a lot of fun. All right, the boys in the midday are coming up. They got a short show today. Royals have a day game at 1 o'clock in Wrigley. Cody and Gold are next.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Jonathan India here, and you're listening